bets on me. Yeah. I've been waiting my whole life to see my name in lights. I am invincible, unbreakable, unstoppable, unshakable. They knock me down, I get up again. I am the champion. You're gonna dominate. You can't hurt me now. I can't feel the pain. I was made for this. Yeah, I was born to win. I am the champion.
Born champion. The C is for the courage I possess through the drama. H is for the hurt, but it's all for the honor. A is for my attitude, working through the patience. Money comes and goes, so the M is for motivation. Gotta stay consistent, the P is to persevere. The I is for integrity, innovative career. The O is optimistic, open and never shut. And the N is necessary, cause I'm never giving up. See, they asked me how I did it, I just did it from the heart. Crushing the competition, been doing it from the start. They say that every champion is all about its principles. Carry.
I am invincible, unbreakable, unstoppable, unshakable. They knock me down, I get up again. I am the champion. You're gonna dominate. You can't hurt me now. I can't feel the pain. I was made for this. Yeah, I was born to win. I am the champion.
Yeah. Surpassed all rivals. It's all about who wants it the most.
Are you willing to leave normal behind?
I wanna know how we do it here in Orlando.
The atmosphere, the energy just flows, and everyone has the attitude to win today.
It's about not just inspiring entrepreneurs, but making the world around you better.
In business, you can't do it alone. You feed off other good people. And that's what you got to come to aspire for. A great entrepreneur. Wait, I forgot my mind.
Come on, stir me up a little bit. I got a gift. I'm no different than you. We're the same. You want to take care of your family. You want to provide for all these people. We're gonna fire this motherfucker up. 3, 2, 1.
Walked in, a dream came true for you. Soft skin and not perfume for you. Yes, I know I'm melting to it for you. Yes, that morning coffee brewed for you. Yes, one touch and I'm brand new for you. Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, isn't that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me espresso. Move it up down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby. I know
lined up on the counter, sitting by the salt, right next to Los Cancun. Shot glasses that we bought. Yes, it's about to be a party we ain't talked about. I know it's getting started when you break that bottle out. 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, close on the floor. You'll have your hands all over me before we make it through that bedroom door. After that third pour, that whiskey don't hit me like when you crave or kiss me. I swear I couldn't want you more. 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, close on the floor. 1 tequila, 2 tequila. Dance around the kitchen, making out between the rounds. Let them all fall to the ground. 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, close on the floor. You'll have your hands all over me before we make it through that bedroom door. After that third pour, that whiskey don't hit me like...
The type of person who comes to Aspire is a type of person who is extremely sexy. If you sexy, raise your hand, say that.
My whole career was built in rooms exactly like this, and the energy out there is so insane.
If you're with me, let me hear it.
Come on, Phoenix. They love this in Brazil. Come on, somebody. They love this in Singapore.
You see, the game that we're trying to play is not business. The game that we're actually playing is money.
This isn't a note-taking session. I want you to feel the journey of an entrepreneur.
Raise your hand if you know you're meant for more.
Today, we commit together. Let's live a life of purpose.
That's what I'm talking about. You can feel that.
She'll set the field on fire, just cutting across the pasture. She'll have you falling for it all and then leave right after. And she got a cold heart, but she got a warm smile, cut from the same cloth. She kinda buck wild, a little bit angel, whole lot of outlaw. She's trouble, but I tell you right now, y'all, long live cowgirls. Never gonna settle on down, girl. Leave you in a lonely ghost town, world where the sun don't rise. Rodeo for one night, love you like a Mustang. One hand on them giddy up reins, hole in your heart with some good aim on a goodbye ride. But it's fine, cause it's kinda my thing. Long live cowgirls. Yeah, long live cowgirls. I hate that I love the way them kisses taste like whiskey. How they wake up, take on off, and not even miss me. Leave this heart broken, holding that smoking gun. I guess that's just the way them wild horses run. Let them run. Long live cowgirls, never gonna settle on down girls. Leave you in a lonely ghost town, world where the sun don't rise. Rodeo for one night, love you like a Mustang. One hand on them giddy up reins, hole in your heart with some good aim on a goodbye ride. But it's fine, cause it's kinda my thing. Long live cowgirls.
pushing through. Let's go. Swing like night, shoot for the moon. Keep on jugging, yeah, keep breaking the rules. Keep the momentum up, keep the money too.
Look at all the hell you've been through in life, but you're still at an aspire trying to get better.
Keep it moving, keep on.
We need to get into this room and come to Aspire.
Slow the down and understand money.
That is fire!
Keep it moving, keep on pushing through. Let's go. Swing like night, shoot for the moon. Keep on jugging, yeah, keep breaking the rules. Keep the momentum up, keep the money too.
Look at all the hell you've been through in life, but you're still at an aspire trying to get better.
Keep it moving, keep on.
We need to get into this room and come to Aspire.
Slow the down and understand money.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the Wealth Masterclass. I'm so glad you're here. My name is Mike Wittig. Welcome to day one of the most amazing financial training of your life. You have signed up for the most incredible class, and I am so glad you're here. I'll be your host. I'll be your MC. So Andrew's going to be doing all the teaching, and before and after breaks and such, you'll see me popping up here with announcements, logistics, stuff like that, just random stuff to cover as we go through these next few days together. But you guys are in for an incredible 2 days. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So my name is Mike. I want to go over a few quick house rules as folks are coming in now. You'll see me every morning here in the beginning to start us off. At the end of the day, I'll end us as well. But let me go over a few quick rules for us as we get started. First of all, if you're here watching me now, I want you to make sure you turn your screens on. We would love to see your beautiful faces, your handsome faces. Even if you're not looking great, even if you feel like, hey, I don't have my makeup on, I don't look great today, it's fine. No one's judging you. We want to make this as interactive as we can. So turn your screens on, interact with us throughout the next few days, and we would love to see you, and we would love to have that happen. So turn your screens on. Again, even if you don't look great, that's totally fine. No one's judging here. We're all just here to engage and make this as interactive as possible. And with that, we would love to see you guys engaging in the chat. So when I come up here, I'll be able to see right here in the chat, you guys, what you say, and we can interact with you. We also have team captains and strategists that can engage with you and others as well. So if you hear a great quote, throw it up there. If you have a good question that could be applicable to everybody, throw it up there as well. And we would love to have you guys engaging, fully active in the next few days of training, because that way you're not just absorbing information, you're interacting with us. That makes it way more fun for everyone involved. So engage in the chat. And when you guys get in the chat, we ask that you don't spam, don't self-promote, please don't raise capital, no data collection. This is a time for you guys, everyone here, to go deep. We're going to do a deep dive on wealth education. We're going to learn how wealth is engineered. What you hear is going to be mind-blowing, so we want everyone focused on that. There is so much that's happening. I want you guys focused on it in these next few days. A big one for me is be positive. So in the chat, I know online sometimes it can be easy to act like not always positive, but I want to encourage you guys, be positive, bring good vibes, bring good energy today to the chat, and we want to have your presence like add value to us. We want to add value to you, so be positive in the chat, be encouraging, and so much of life will be you'll get out of life what you expect. If you expect great things, if you expect this to be an amazing day of training, you're going to get that. If you expect to have your life transformed by what you hear, you will totally do that. So be positive, be encouraging, be uplifting. If someone needs help, if someone has a question, get in there and help them, and be a force for positivity and joy in these next few days. And man, it's going to be a great, great few days. Welcome, everybody. Okay. You'll notice we have several team captains or strategists, we call them, inside the chat. And so find your team color. All of you will be assigned a team color and a strategist. So it's a way for, as Andrew's teaching or as I'm talking up here, you'll have people who are working with you in the chat to help answer questions or direct you if you need help. That's why they're there. So anyway, it's not just us interacting with you. We have a whole team there for you as well. So interact with them the next few days. All of you guys have a team color. Get to know your team color. Get to know your strategist or your captain. You guys will love them. They're all fantastic people. Okay, so without further ado, I want to get into why we are all here. I have the privilege of introducing an amazing, amazing guy. Brilliant guy. I think the best financial educator in the country. When Andrew speaks about wealth, about taxes, about business structure, wealth strategy, people lean in, and not just random people, but people that you look up to that are very smart, that are famous in the world stage, in the economic world, in the business world. They lean in when he speaks because that's how good he is. And you guys will see that pretty quickly on. As he gets talking, you'll see he's on a different level here. And he has a real gift of not just understanding profound insights, but he takes them and makes them fun. He makes them exciting. So hopefully you guys are here ready to have a good time. Hopefully you're ready to laugh. He's gonna make you laugh. He's gonna be a little bit irreverent. He's gonna be fun. And so we want you guys just enjoy yourselves. It will not be boring at all. He will take what is complex and make it fun, exciting, inspirational, motivational, and you're gonna have a great time. So how I met him actually was many, many years ago. Look at this picture. This is us when we were kids. So I was born in San Antonio, Texas. When I was a kid at 5 years old, moved up to the Chicago area. He was born in Atlanta, and when he was 5, he moved up to the Chicago area. So both of us were little kids, first day of kindergarten, walked into a brand new school. My mom was holding my hand, his mom was holding his hand, and they sent us in together. Like, well, here's a kid you might hang out with. So they both sent us into the class together as little kids. And so as you can imagine, you walk into a brand new school, you don't know anybody, so this kid's with you. So we just started hanging out, and we became best friends, and our whole life have done so much stuff together, went to college together, built businesses together, and I've seen him do such great things, and I've seen him reach such high heights, and even at times when he's been struggling, I've seen it all with him. It's just been an amazing journey. What he's done with his life, what he's built, and what he's building is truly spectacular. Here's us a little bit later on. Maybe this is later towards the end of grade school. We were in the Jordan era, the Michael Jordan era there, Chicago Bulls. He got the Atlanta Braves stuff. Anyway, I've known him for a long time. I love this guy very much. So I love the privilege of getting to host his events, MC his events, tell you guys how awesome he is. And so behind the scenes, as Andrew has kind of gained a lot of notoriety for what he teaches about wealth, as his fame and his kind of network has scaled and expanded, just know behind the scenes, there is a depth here of people behind him on his team that he's known for decades that are part of this kind of infrastructure that he's built. It's amazing what he's done. So a little bit about him professionally. He has done so many things. He's created what's called the self-directed family office. He might get into this the next few days. This is bringing the idea of a family office to the masses. It's an incredible thing that he's built called the Self-Directed Family Office. He's built what's called Checkmate Tax Advisors. This is exclusively for entrepreneurs. It's a tax advisory firm only for business owners. Incredible thing. He also has built the world's largest business tour called Aspire Tour. So every month or so, they go all across the country, and they have thousands of people that will come to these big events, live events, and he'll bring famous celebrities or business leaders, thought leaders into these events. It's amazing, called the Aspire Tour. He's built what's called the Family Bank. It's a business where they do approximately over 100 policies a month inside this family bank business that he and Eddie Wilson have built. He also runs and owns and founded the Aspire for More Mastermind, the largest business mastermind out there. An amazing thing. I get to be a part of this. We have a big event coming up shortly for this. And so I love this in particular. I'm a big part of that there. But the Aspire for More Mastermind, it's a collection of business leaders, of investors, people that are excited to go down this journey from what he describes as the contributors to the creators. He'll get more into that in the next few days as well. And then, I don't know, some of you guys might be really into crypto. He built the world's first tax-free crypto trading platform called Tax-Free Crypto. And so it's incredible what's been happening there. So all of his gains inside of crypto are done tax-free. So you want to lean in the next few days and wonder, like, how's he doing this? And it's all the right way, all the legal way. He's taking what the 1% of the 1% know about wealth creation, wealth engineering, about taxes and tax structure, and he's teaching that to the masses. It's amazing, including crypto. He owns approximately $250 million of Class A real estate, multifamily real estate. This is a really interesting thing he's done the last few years. He has opened the most tax-free accounts in American history. I don't just mean Andrew, but Andrew and those that he teaches, those in his network, those in his mastermind. Hundreds and hundreds of accounts. He by far owns the record of that. He's creating an actual movement. So as he teaches these next few days, just know there are hundreds and thousands of people actually that are doing this, doing what he's teaching, and their lives are being completely changed by this. It's just amazing. I've been able to be a part of this from the very beginning and kind of see this happen in real time, see people's lives completely transformed by what you were about to hear the next few days. Freaking incredible. So recently, Andrew had a baby girl named Georgia. She holds the record for the quickest, I think you'd say, the quickest tax-free accounts opened in her name. She had 2 tax-free accounts opened right when she was born. He had it all set up and ready to go. And so even though she's just a little newborn, he has these accounts set up for her, and he'll, if we have time, get into that and explain kind of the math behind that, and that's going to blow your mind. There's so much stuff that you're going to learn these next few days that will absolutely change your life, blow your mind. I want you guys to really lean in because, man, every little point I'm hitting, he'll break down a little bit perhaps, and absolutely life-changing. If you don't just hear it, but then take notes and do it. So as you're listening, I want you guys obviously engaged in the chat, put your cameras on, but also maybe have a pen and paper and just be taking notes or writing it down in your computer or your phone, because there's going to be so much content, so much material that could change your life. And you'll be tempted to just hear it. You know, we're in a culture today where we take in so much information. You're going to be tempted to just hear this information and move on with your day, but I want you guys to act on it. Do something about it. Don't just be a hearer, but then go be a doer. Go do some of this stuff. Go set up these accounts. Go move money in the way he describes, because the middle class in the U.S. in real time is being carved out before our very eyes. So he breaks it down to, you have what over here he calls the creators, and over here he calls the contributors. And it's paramount that all of us work our way towards becoming the creator side of it. He'll get into that in the next few days. But this middle is no longer a position that will withstand, it will hold. You've got to spend your time focusing for yourself, for your future, for your family, to get over to the creator side. He'll teach you all about that the next few days. And what he does when he's not teaching, when he's not running these businesses, his kind of W-2 income comes from this right here. It's called his private clients. He has people that will pay him $250,000 for one day of his time. And you might think that's crazy, but once you hear him teach, it might make more sense. These are people typically who are very high net worth. Maybe they have a big exit with their company coming up this year and they need to structure their business in a certain way. That's what he does. It's kind of bespoke tax architecture he's doing for people who have massive exits. And I've seen it done several times. I've seen him save people millions and millions of dollars in one day of his time. So it's just incredible what he's built, and incredible what he's a part of. The private equity firm he and Eddie Wilson own is called Collective Influence. From that, they own a bunch of different companies. They have a bunch of different stuff going on. They're kind of hitting so many areas of the marketplace. It's amazing what they built. And the people that he does business with, here's just a few of them. A-Rod, Grant Cardone, Gary Vee, Mike Tyson, Jamie Foxx, Drew Brees, so many people. And I've had the privilege being near him and in the office and behind the stage at these events, seeing these people, seeing them interact with him and him interact with them, just an amazing, amazing thing. So you guys are in for an incredible few days. I just wanted to say all that so that you know who you're listening to. He's not someone who's just read a book and is teaching what he's read. He's not someone who just, rents a nice car and stands in front of it and then acts like he's got it figured out. This is the real freaking deal. He's been doing this stuff for decades. In 2008 and 9, he had built a massive real estate company. And then as you guys know, if you remember, the economy tanked with the real estate world. It tanked and bottomed out. So he went from multi-millionaire down to nothing. So in 2009, he had to learn how to restructure, rebuild, and grow it back the right way. So he's always been great at creating wealth. but he had to learn how to keep it and multiply it. So his genius has been creating it, but this class that you're stepping into is going to be not just about creating it, but how do you actually keep what you make, and how do you multiply what you make? And that's what this focus will be the next few days. Freaking amazing, amazing stuff. So he's built it all back 10 times and beyond. So you guys are stepping into the most incredible financial training you'll ever hear. I would almost guarantee you there's never been a class you have attended before in your life financially that will impact you the way this class will these next few days. Freaking amazing. So what I want to do, I want to play a video. This is about a 2-minute intro video for Andrew, kind of showing a little bit of what he's done and what he does. When the video's done, I would love for you guys in the chat to just throw some fire emojis, some money emojis. Let us know in the chat you're excited to be here. We'll have a little intro video. When the video's done, Andrew will be here. He'll start teaching. Lean in, take notes, and get ready for the best class of your life.
Andrew does a great job of helping entrepreneurs reach their goals and plan and prepare for the future.
He worked his ass off to build what he's built right now. It doesn't happen just by wishing. He builds from the ground up.
I've been to these conferences all over the world, and I got to tell you, what you built here, by far the best I've ever seen. So congrats to you, brother.
And one of the things that I love about working with Andrew, he never makes it about him.
See, that's why you're so good at what you do.
Andrew is a special type of leader.
And a leader is someone that leads by example and inspires people, that sells them a vision, not just goals.
That's how you have a great organization, and that's what he's in the pursuit of.
Andrew is a leader of leaders, changing people's lives.
Teaching people, inspiring people how to have a better life.
Because Andrew's a boss, and he would inspire anybody. He's got the brains on him, and he knows how to do it.
Good, great, unstoppable. That's what Andrew is.
You're successful. You're an entrepreneur. Outstanding job, and I'm proud to be part of the journey.
Andrew and I have great chemistry, so it's great. We jam out. We have almost 2,500 people here.
How can you not be motivated by a room full of people that want to do better?
You know, Andrew's authentic, and I think that's one of the first things that comes across. It is real, it's from his heart, and he truly cares.
And communicates in a way that inspires people and motivates people.
The mindset of an entrepreneur, and then the tactics.
Andrew is amazing, and it just felt like talking to one of my best friends.
He's a successful business person, which is always a good thing to be. What I love about him is his heart.
He is so, infectious, this great personality, and so you just kind of want to be around Andrew.
He has his shows and his podcast from stage. He's really amazing at talking to people.
Andrew is one of the most talented, funny, best moderators in the world, and a hell of a businessman to boot.
It's one thing about Andrew, man. He works his ass off.
Andrew's super authentic, and Andrew is awesome.
His information and his way of connecting is always so genuine.
He's given so much incredible knowledge to so many entrepreneurs.
He needs to produce more content.
How to make the most of relationships, how to get people moving to the next level. And I think that that's really the heart of someone who really wants to see people win.
He cares about people, and he cares about building the team around him.
Which I think is really special and also unique, you know, because it's not just about the destination, it's about the journey, who we get to do life with every day, and how we can make each other better. That iron sharpening iron, and you could really see that here today.
I believe more in the person, and I do believe he's going to be successful at the things that he sets out to do.
I tell you, I'd love to do this again anytime with you.
Great experience, and loved every minute.
And I could definitely sense the joy and the feeling of accomplishment. I'm so happy for him.
Very excited and excited to do it again.
Looking forward to more.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you.
So I appreciate you, Andrew. Stay hard.
Thank you, brother. Keep up the good work. That was really fun. You're good at this.
All right, everybody, you better get ready because Andrew is coming. He's the man, put this all together. He's the man with the plan. He's had so many businesses that he sold, started. He is dynamite. So get ready, everybody.
If you're in the chat, give him a fire emoji, give him a money emoji, and get ready for an amazing 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Coral.
All right, everybody, welcome to the virtual here. I'm happy to have you guys here and excited to get started here with you on the concept of wealth mixed in with taxes and tax structure and the things as entrepreneurs that we always look to try to figure out, which is, again, we started a business with not a lot of information of of how to do the business, and especially not a lot of information of how to structure it, and how do we structure it now? How do we structure it tomorrow? How do we structure it when we're 40? How does it work when we're 60? How does it work when we're retired? How does it work when we pass away? And so these next 2 days, I'm going to spend some time with you doing what I love best, which is helping entrepreneurs really learn how to structure their business, create real wealth, stop getting rid of all your money, stop going to zero with all your bank accounts every year to try to deduct everything to not make any money. We're going to change a lot of stuff with how you look at everything with your business and money and taxes over these next 2 days. So I'm happy to be here with you guys. Look forward to it. If I start off with the slide deck here and I ask a simple question, which is, I brought the question of what brought you here? Meaning, I'm not say here, you're virtual, but what brought you? I mean, if you just think about it for a second, you saw this ad, and you saw this ad on wherever you saw it on Instagram or Facebook or OnlyFans, wherever you saw it at. And a lot of you, unfortunately, saw it on OnlyFans, which tells me a lot about you through this process, all right? But look, you saw an ad and you clicked on it and you came here. And if I ask the question, what brought you here? Here's the truth of it. We can just boil it down. What happens in entrepreneurs' lives is we say a lot of different things as to why we come to a virtual event like this, or why we go to a networking event, or why we go to a 3-day conference somewhere, or wherever it may be. The truth of it is, as an entrepreneur, is really simple. What brought us here was, it boils down to one simple concept, and it's simply that the reason you came here today is because you want to learn how to make more money. That's it, man. That's the truth of it. It's hard for us to say that shit. It's hard for us to acknowledge it. But the truth of it is this. We can't, you're here you bought a ticket here. We go to events and we'll say a lot, as entrepreneurs, we'll say a lot of other stuff. We'll say we came here because we wanted to network, we wanted to meet other people. We came here because we wanted to be inspired and motivated in business and so forth. And we'll say all kinds of different stuff except for the actual truth. And the truth of the matter is, the reason we come to things like this, the reason I do things like this, me and you are the same, is because we want to learn how to make more money. And as soon as we can understand that main piece right there, that the reason we actually showed up is because one reason. Now, again, let me give you an example. I'm not saying that you're greedy by wanting to make money. I'm saying that what happens in entrepreneurs' lives is because we can never own that piece right there. It blocks us from ever actually getting the thing that we wanted. If I ask you a simple question, why did you go into business? Like, what was the purpose of you going into business? The answer is simple. It was to make money. That's it. You say, no, Drew, not me, man. One time I was at an event teaching a class, and a lady stood up and she said, hey, listen, very nice lady. She's like, I don't want to disagree, but she said, I'm a veterinarian, and the reason I started my business was not for money. The reason I started my business was because I wanted to help animals. And I said, oh, perfect. That's 100% great. I'm assuming that you are a 501c3 nonprofit. And she said, no, I'm a business. I said, okay, so we got to define these two things here. When you went and clicked on you went to LegalZoom or online, wherever you went to, and you opened up your LLC, there was a box there that said for-profit or nonprofit, who are you? And in that moment was probably the first time and last time you've acknowledged that you're in business for profit. Again, not because we're greedy, but because we're trying to do stuff with it as we make it. We want to help our family, we want to help our community, we want to help our church, whatever it is. But the reason that you're willing to take all this risk is because you want to make more money. That if it wasn't that, then it'd be easy if you work a job because there's no risk inside of that. You just get to work a job and get a paycheck. We go into business because we want to make money so that we can make a difference inside of it. And if that's not true, then you should be running a nonprofit foundation right now, because you could do that, and then I would agree with you. You're not in that foundation for a profit because you are literally doing it for free. Like there is no profit. It's a nonprofit. But if you're in business, listen, is in a positive way. If you're in business, man, we're in business to make money. That's it, man. We're in business to make money, and that's a good thing. That's the whole reason we came here today. Is what brought you out here today. But if you're like me and you're first generation. How many of you are first-generation business owners? Put in the chat bar, just give me a thumbs up. If you're a first-generation business owner, man, you're the first one in your family that's out there. It's like, okay, I'm going to go start this thing in business. Give me a thumbs up in the chat there if you're a first-generation business owner. Look, if you're like me and I was a first-generation business owner, when I got started, I didn't know anything really about business. And so I went in and I got my LLC started, and I went to my mom and dad. I said, hey, again, this was like the early 1990 or late 1990s, so there's like 1999, 2000 time period. And I went to them and was like, hey, I need to start. I'm going to start this business. I need to open up this LLC thing. And my mom and dad, they didn't know how to do it. My mom and dad are school teachers. We didn't come for money, and so they didn't know how to start a business. But they had a CPA named Sandy. Nice lady. And she said, well, my mom's like, why don't you go talk to Sandy, see if she can help you. I went to Sandy, and I met with Sandy, said I want to start this business. And she started a corporation for me, and I got this LLC. It took a couple weeks to get it back then. I got this black binder, and I went back a couple weeks later, and she handed me this black binder, had all these corporate docs in it, had a corporate seal in it, you know. And, man, I was pumped. I remember walking out of that meeting with her thinking, man, Mom, we arrived. I have a corporation. I'm in business. We're good. We are financially, we're going to crush it because I have an LLC. And I remember opening that first LLC thinking this was it. And I did my first year in business. I started a window cleaning business my first year. I started this window cleaning business, and I made good money. And say, just example numbers, I say I made like $100,000. And again, this was early 2000. There wasn't apps and all these stuff out now. And so back then, if you remember it, we kept our receipts in a shoebox. And you'd basically have like a shoebox, and you would throw all your receipts in the shoebox. At the end of the year, I went back to Sandy, and I gave her the shoebox. I said, hey, you told me to bring all this stuff back. Here's my bank accounts, my bank statements. Here's my shoebox full of receipts. And I said, I need to file my taxes. And she said, okay, no problem. She said, give me a little bit of time, and I'll call you when we're ready, and I'll tell you how much you owe. I said, okay. A couple weeks later, whatever, she calls you back. She says, hey, I got the number, and she said, you owe, she said, great news. Right now, you don't owe any money. You don't owe anything. I said, what do you mean I don't owe anything? How could I not owe anything? I made $100,000, which was more than my mom and dad made all year. I said, I made $100,000. How could I? What do you mean? I said, did you get the part that I made $100,000 in the bank account? She said, yeah. But she's like, listen, with all the receipts in the shoebox, when we deducted those, it actually took care of itself, and you don't owe anything in taxes. I said, so I don't need to cut a check. I don't owe anything right now. She's like, no, you're good. She said, just keep growing your business, and keep your receipts. I said, okay. Next year goes by, right? Couple of years, and I come back to her. And next year comes by, and I come back to her. I said, hey, Sandy, I got a shoebox here for you, right? Same thing. And she's like, okay, great, let me go through it. She goes through it, and she comes back, and a couple weeks later, she says, hey, great news. She said, you don't owe any taxes. And I said, I know. I said, I know. I'm a business owner. I understand how it works. I'm a business owner. I deduct stuff, and when I go to eat, I deduct it. When I get gas, I deduct it. When I get groceries, I deduct it. When I go on vacation, I deduct it. When I get a car, I deduct it. I said, Sandy, I'm a business owner. I know how it works, okay? Years keeps going. I keep doing this same thing of like, and you get caught in this trap if you know what I'm talking about, you're in business, that everything is this deduction. What happens is every time you go to check out now, every time you go to check out, you got this like good guy, bad guy in your head. A good angel and a bad angel sitting on your shoulders. And every time you go to check out, you're like, is this a business deduction? And as you grow your business, you need it to be a business deduction. Because we get tricked and we're like, oh my God, if I don't have enough deductions, I'm gonna have to pay taxes, life will be over, so I need deductions. So everywhere you go, you ask yourself, is this a deduction? Is this? And you don't ask other people. But you ask yourself, and you debate with your good angel and bad angel. Is this a deduction? You're at the grocery store. You check out your groceries, and then you're at the cash, and you're like, okay, is this a deduction or not? And you're trying to process, can you write this off? Because you need to write it off. You're trying to process, can you write it off? It's like, well, this is the groceries for my family. How could I write this off? This doesn't make, I'm going to have to use my personal expenses. And up to this point, everything that you do is inside those business debit deductions, business credit card, and then you pay for it, the credit card payments out of the business. So somehow everything is on the credit card just means that if it's on the credit card, it has to be deduction, and the business pays the credit card, so it just works out somehow. And that cash register's coming through, and she says, hey, your total is $102,000 some odd dollars. And you say, whoa, slow down. I got to figure, in your head's thinking, I got to figure out which one of these things I go. But you know it's not a business. but you need it to be a business deduction. But you know it's not a business expense, but you're trying to figure out how could you make it a business deduction. This is the game we play, and it hits you like, oh my God, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call this I bought these groceries for a business party that I was gonna throw, and I'm throwing a get together for my business. So I'm gonna deduct all this with because I have clients, they come over. So I'm gonna do this as all this grocery. This was for a business party, and this is what we do. We write that shit off. We go to Disney World. We write it off. We buy our kids churros at Disney World. Deduction. It's a deduction. Garrett, it's a deduction. We buy Mickey Mouse ears. It's a deduction. And everything we do is a deduction. Why? Because at the end of the year, we got to give the shoebox. We got to give these receipts to the tax person so that we can deduct everything so that we don't have to pay taxes. Because if we pay taxes, we'll lose. We wouldn't make money if we pay taxes. That's what the W-2s are doing. That's what the people who have jobs do. That's not what we do as business owners. We deduct everything. And then it gets tough, man. Because the more you grow, the trickier it gets. And then you see that you're getting gas one day. Okay? You're getting gas. And you know that's a deduction, right? Obviously, right? I mean, why wouldn't gas be a deduction? Even though you're driving for personal miles, it makes sense to me that you would write off all of it. Okay? So we just, obviously that's a deduction. We're getting gas. We got our gas and we're watching the thing go up. We're thinking, thank God this is a deduction as we have our kids driving to school, but sure. And then you see it. You see it. It's on the ground. I'll never forget you see it. It's a receipt. It's a receipt on the ground. And you see it. You're like, oh my God. Oh shit. And if you're a business owner, you're like, man, this is like, it's like a lottery ticket for you. It's like a lottery ticket. If you get the receipt, you can put it in the box. You put it in the box, you can deduct that shit. And you sit on the ground, you think, ooh, it's a scratch-off ticket for entrepreneurs, my friend. And then you got to be cool about it because people are watching. IRS got camera shit up. You got to be cool about it. You can't just go pick it up. That'd be too obvious. IRS would see you with the cameras everywhere. So you got to fake tie your shoe, bend down to tie your shoe. And when you tie your shoe, you grab it. You get back in the car, you open it up like it's a freaking lottery ticket. It's like $76.43. You're like, jackpot. Suburban, probably. Got gas, left the receipt. It's mine now. This is the shit that we do. Like, this is what we do. We as entrepreneurs, that first generation, because we don't know how it works. We don't know all the things that happen. So we're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And then you go to the bank. I'll never forget this. I went to the bank to buy a house. Got to buy a house. Went to the bank. Get a loan. This is like 5 years later. Go to the bank to get a loan. Lady says, hey, you're pre-approved. Now, this was in 2004 era now. 2004 time frame. And we go to the bank. She said, hey, Andrew, everything looks good. We got a down payment here. You got good credit. Should we get you pre-approved right away? She said, the last thing I need is your last 3 months worth of pay stubs, your W-2 pay stubs. And I said, listen, look, man, I don't do paychecks, okay? All right? I'm not a paycheck. I'm not a W-2 rat race. That's not what I do, okay? She said, oh, good. You're a business owner. I said, exactly. I'm a business owner. I said, thank you. She said, okay. Well, she said, then all I need is your last 2 years of tax returns. Now, at this moment, if you've ever been here, at this moment, the room gets hot. It gets a little hot in the room. And you feel some sweat starting to beat up. And you're like, because you know, the last 2 years of tax returns, you crushed. You murdered the last 2 years of tax returns. The last year you were negative $64,000. Negative 64. The year before that, you were negative 38,000. You know the number because back then when you did it, you're like, look at me. I deduct. I'm a business owner. I don't pay. Now, you got to show your last 2 years of tax returns. Both of them being dead ass negative. Room gets hot. You're like, listen, Linda, listen to me. I have tax returns, okay? I'm going to show them to you. I got money. Now listen, when you see the tax returns, you're not going to understand. Okay, how do I say this to a W-2 person? Listen, we play a game. We move the money. You see that car out there? You see that car? That's my car. I have a nice car. I have nice shit. I go to vacation. We move. Is there a manager here? Is there a manager that I could speak to who could understand how we shift stuff? I need a manager. This is what I did, and this is what many of you are doing right now. Matter of fact, at the end of the year here, What you want is to learn what are the best tax deductions 2025. And you're going to go to TikTok and Instagram to figure that shit out. That's what we do. Because of this is why we also stay forever broke. Because it's not how real money works. You see, we have this myth in our head of how we think money works without understanding how it actually works. Because we didn't come from money. No one taught us anything about the game of money. All we did one day had an idea to start a business, so we went and started a business. And you're good at whatever business is that you do. What we're not good at is money. We're not good at money, but we're good at the business. And the business is going to make us money. Except for because we're not good at money, we never have it. Because we always go to zero. And you have yours in this giant S-Corp. As you grow, you got an LLC, tax as an S-Corp. And everything that you do is just one big circle. You have your personal expenses because it's a flow through to you. So your business doesn't make money. Personally, you don't make money. You have no retirement set up, but the business is the answer for all your financial things in the future. One day you're going to create generational wealth. However, every year you on purpose, go broke. But I'm going to be rich. I'm creating wealth. Andrew, you don't understand. I'm reinvesting in no, I understand. Trust me, I understand. I know every excuse that we come up with as to why we don't have money in our lives right now when our business is producing all this shit, but we ain't got no money. The money comes in the account and like, pop, it's gone. It was there, it's not there. We don't have it. Now, when we need it, we can come up with it. Like, if we got to go on vacation, we'll close the big account so we can pay for vacation. It's like we're great at rainmaking money. As an entrepreneur, we're great at getting it to show up when we need it. But, dude, that's elusive stuff, and we can never keep it. We can never keep it. We're always at a zero. And what's weird is we want to be there, but then we're frustrated because we don't have any money. But we made ourselves go to zero and gave up all of our money. But return said, well, I'm going to be wealthy, but I don't have any money. But I'm going to create wealth, but I'm going to give it all away. I'm going to deduct all of it, so I don't have anything. It's just a very, very tricky path we get stuck on. Listen, the greatest day in my life, okay, understand this. The greatest day of my life was not when me and Eddie sold a business for $112 million. That was a glorious day. But it wasn't the greatest day of my life, man. I've had some really cool stuff. I have done all kinds of stuff, man. Phone calls and raised $12 million on one phone call with deals that we've done. We're owning hundreds of Class A multifamily in my lifetime. There's some really cool stuff I've accomplished in business. None of them, though, bring you up to the greatest joy was when I finally could understand money and understand that my job inside of money is to be able to keep that money. It's not just to be able to create it, it's to be able to keep it. Because if I can't keep it, I can't do anything with it. I told you earlier, my mom and dad were school teachers, and the greatest joyous day of my life is the day that when I was 32 years old. I'm 43 right now. When I was 32 years old, I finally learned the game enough about money to keep it and not go to zero. Because I kept it, I had money. I retired my mom and dad from school teaching. I paid their house off. I bought them a house in Florida, free and clear. I took them car shopping, bought both of them cars, any car they wanted, free and clear, paid cash for it. From the age of 32 to 43, my mom and dad have lived in a paid-off house. My mom and dad have lived in, drove paid-off cars. My mom and dad have all expenses paid through me that I give to them, that I give them to pay for all their expenses. My mom and dad haven't worked a job in over 11 years now. Have went on all kinds of vacations, huge Christmas stuff. Why? Because their son figured out how money works. I want you to understand something. The game is not business. The game is money. What's happening is you're playing the wrong game, thinking that it's the right game. What I'm trying to talk to you about today is very simple. The game that you're actually playing is money, not business. Business is just a vehicle that you're using to get the money. The game is money. And if you don't understand money, you can never have it. It's like saying, I don't know how to speak Mandarin Chinese. Therefore, if I go to China and I can't speak Mandarin Chinese, I'm not going to be able to speak Mandarin Chinese. Why? Because I can't. I don't understand it. Okay, if you don't understand money, you can't have it. You can't use it. What happened is we put all of our focus as a business owner, we put all of our focus in the business and not into money. But let me go back to a question I asked you earlier. Why are you really here? Here. Why are you here? Is it because you want to grow your business? No, not really. Is it because you want to learn about business growth? No. We're here because we want to learn how to make more money. And business is just a vehicle that you've chosen to drive that so that you can make more money. So that you're greedy and evil with it? No. So you can do stuff that I did. Like you want to go help people like I help people. You like your own family. Like you want to do that too. But to do that, to be able to actually do that, you got to understand money. You got to. Now, the reason we struggle with it is because most of us, for our whole childhood life growing up, there was 3 things that my mom said that I couldn't ever talk about. So I went to my friend's house, go to dinner. I want you guys to put these 3 answers in the chat bar. Tell me what these answers are. What were the 3 things that my mom, dad said when you go to your friend's house, you go to the dinner table? Don't bring up these 3 topics, son. I'm 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What were the 3 things that my mom and dad said that I could not talk about? What were the 3 things that my mom and dad said that we couldn't talk about as a kid growing up? That's right. You can put them in the chat. There they are. 3 things is always the same. Here's what's funny. Somehow you know what my mom told me, and yet you have never met my mom, but you know what she told me. How is it that everybody growing up poor, we're all taught the same shit? It's astonishing to me. But you know the 3 things my mom said: we don't talk about religion, don't talk about politics, and don't talk about money. You knew the answer of what my mom told me, but you never met my mom. My mom said when I would come home from school and I made the basketball team, and I got to go buy team shoes, right? I got to buy these Jordans so we can on the basketball team. They're $150. That's a lot, especially back then. Now it's a lot now, but back then, $150 Jordan shoes I got to buy. And my mom would say, "Hey, son Andrew, money doesn't grow on trees." You know what my mom said. Why? Because your mom said it. We were all taught the same shit. Now, as we got older in life, we kind of talked about politics. We kind of have some conversations about religion. But one conversation that we won't have, still to this day, is money. That conversation we avoid. We'll put something in its place. What you put in its place was business. And we pretend that business is money. And it's not true. Listen, you can be great at business, but not have money. Happens to the majority of entrepreneurs in America. That's what they have. They're good at business, but have no money. Why? Because business and money are 2 different things. Think about it this way. You have a business IQ and you have a financial IQ. Those aren't the same thing. That's like saying, here's a doctor. This doctor has he's a heart surgeon, and he or she has a very high IQ with being a heart surgeon. Just because they're successful at being a doctor does not also mean they'll be successful at money. Now, it may look like they're more successful because they get paid more, but at the end of the day, when people like me sit down with them because they pay me to sit down. I had a phone call yesterday with a dentist. It was a dentist hiring me, $250,000 for one day. Sit down with him. He owns 5 different dentistries. Okay, why is he's paying me $250,000 for one day? Why? He's great at being a dentist. He's great at scaling his dentist practice. What is he not great at? Money. I need help. I can't. Every year I'm just paying all these taxes. I'm paying $1 million this year in taxes. What am I supposed to do? I was like, oh, here, I can help you. Sit down. I'll show you what it is. Your structure is off. When your structure is off, your strategies are off. When your strategies are off, your systems are going to be off. It's very simple to understand. From my position, because I live in this world every single day. So understand, you could be a great dentist, but not good at money. You could be a great, tied to something like we all know. You could be great at a sport. I interviewed Mike Tyson. When I interviewed Mike Tyson, one of the things that he made over almost $1 billion in his boxing career. $1 billion in the 80s and 90s in his boxing career. In the 80s and 90s, $1 billion is astronomically more today, okay? Or back then it was. Yet he filed bankruptcy. Why? Great fighter, great boxing IQ, but that does not mean you're going to have a high money IQ, high financial IQ. You just have a high boxing IQ. So what we have done is we have said, well, if I can become great at something, then I'll have money as well. It's not true. It doesn't work that way. Money is its own topic. Money is its own lane. Money is its own language. If you want this, you got to learn it. And here's the thing. Listen to me. No one can learn this except for you. You can't delegate wealth. Look, I own a business. We got, 100 employees around here. I can delegate a lot of shit. I can delegate a lot of stuff to get done. But one thing I cannot delegate in life is money. Money is something that I have to understand. If you could delegate wealth to become wealthy, then the person you're delegating it to would be wealthy themselves. And why would that person work for you to make you wealthy if they're already wealthy? I want you to think this through. Your idea is, I don't need to understand money. It's okay, I just need to understand business. And we've put business instead because we're allowed to talk about business. We're not allowed to talk about money. In society, we can't talk about money. Now, I'm not saying that everybody. Listen, wealthy people, we talk about money. It's a normal conversation we have. But for the majority of Americans out there, blue-collar, hardworking entrepreneurs, yeah, we don't talk about money. We don't talk about it. They talk about it. They talk about it. We don't talk about it. We talk about business on our side. On their side, they talk about money. Now, I want you to understand something. In this game of the 99 percenters and the 1 percenters, one side has money, one side doesn't. That's a fact. That's a fact. One side talks about money, one side doesn't. One side avoids the conversation, one side owns the conversation. One side tries to delegate wealth, one side owns wealth. For you to have wealth in your life is something that you personally are going to have to understand. You got to understand it. The more you understand, the more you'll have. The less you understand about money, I guarantee you, the less you understand about money, the less you'll have. That's a fact. It's how it works. And for all of us growing up, we avoided the conversation of money nonstop. It was always something that we were never supposed to talk about. Hence now we're 43, 47, 36, and we still don't talk about it. But we replaced it with something that we think is going to solve it, which is business. And what I'm here to tell you today, these next 2 days, is business does not solve money. What solves you having money is you understanding money. What solves you having a good business is you understanding business. What solves you becoming a great heart surgeon is because you understand how to be a great heart surgeon. What understands how you become a great boxer is because you have a high boxing IQ, so you can become a great boxer. Money is its own thing. You have to understand this right here so you can go do the things that you want to go do. The greatest day of my life was not all the money I had. It was the greatest day of my life was this right here. Last night I was on my farm, and I have a Christmas foundation. I'll tell you about it later. But on my farm last night, we've put up probably, my guys that work on my farm there have probably put, I got 126 acres down in St. Augustine, Florida, close to the downtown area, close to the ocean. I got 126 acres there, and right now we've probably put up probably close to 10 miles worth of Christmas lights, and I have 10 more miles being delivered this week of Christmas lights. I was on my Polaris last night with my wife and daughter driving around, and as we drove around the farm at nighttime, it hit me like I'm once again living inside of my dream. I was driving in the dark, right, in the Polaris, lights up through all these trees, massive oak trees that have lights going all the way up them. And I'm thinking, dude, this was a childhood dream, was to own a farm that my family could live on. I'm living inside of that dream. Last night I was living inside of that in my real life. Why? Because I understand money. I understand money. I understand how it works. Do I understand farm? No, but I understand money. If you want to have wealth, you got to understand money. That's the process of it. It's how it all works. Let me ask you, as we go through here, a simple question. If I ask you this question of money is blank. Money is blank. Give me the slide deck, Jordan. If I ask the question, money is blank, okay? And I ask you to fill that answer in right there. I started this years ago when I was teaching, and I would ask all these people that I would teach, money is what? I mean, what does money mean to you? And look, man, I've heard some really, really cool answers throughout my lifetime of everybody that I've interviewed, which is honestly the who's who of every type of industry inside of here, from Martha Stewart to Stephen A. Smith, Kevin Hart, all the Sharks, Mark Cuban, Kevin Costner. Dude, it's a list of like crazy amounts of high net worth titans of industry that I interview and talk to them about money. From athletes to celebrities to titans of industry. And I've got some really cool answers, okay? Money is, probably the most common answer is money is freedom. It's probably the most common answer. Money is freedom. Or money is a tool. Or crypto people always say money is worthless. Money has no value, is worthless. Another cop answer is money is opportunity. We get this a lot. Money is opportunity. Another common one is money is energy. Money is energy. And all these are pretty cool answers, and they all have good reason to them. But today, these next 2 days, I want to talk to you about this simple concept. Probably my favorite answer of this is I want you to look at money these next 2 days as simple. I want you to look at money as money is a game. You see, because if we look at money for these next 2 days as a game, well, if money's a game, it would mean something. If money's a game, it means that there must be what to that game. There has to be what to that game. Type in the chat bar right there. If money is a game, okay, so we're going to play a game. The game is money. If money is a game, it has to have something. What does it have to have? Type in the chat bar. What does it have to have? That's right. It has to have rules. You see, the problem that the first generation, people who come from generationally poor families, the 99% of everybody out there, what happens is we don't understand the rules of the game. But if money's a game, there's rules to it. And what happens is it's not that you're not working hard enough. It's not that you're not building a good enough business. It's not that you're not trying or you don't have enough character, determination. It's none of those things. You have all those qualities. The piece that we miss on the 99% of us in this country when it comes to money is we just don't understand the rules of it. But if we could understand the rules of it, think about this. Think about the rules of how a top 1%ers think about money and what they talked about as kids, their parents, about money. Think about what I'm going to talk about money with baby Georgia as she grows up versus what my mom and dad talked about money with me. Was my mom and dad trying to hurt me or no. It's just they didn't understand it. Hence, they didn't have it. What happens is think about the wealthy side. Think about what Mark Cuban talks to his kids about when it comes to money. You think he tells them the same thing that our parents said? You think he says, hey, don't ever talk about it? Completely ignore it, act like it's not there? No, he talks to them about money so they can understand it. If we look at money as a game, we just have to understand then what are the rules of this game. Because if you can understand the rules, now be careful, listen to me. I'm not talking about the rules of how the 99% play. If those rules of money worked, you would be wealthy. That makes sense? If the rules that we grew up with about money worked, you know where you would be right now? Not on this call. Not on this training. If what our parents taught us our whole life about money and how it operates, and we got to get good grades, we got to go to school, and we got to get a good job, and we got to set money aside, we got to get a 401k, they got to match our 401k deposit, and then we're a turtle, we're not a rabbit, we got to play the long game forever, and eventually we can make enough money that we can hopefully live without working until we die, and hopefully the money outlasts our life. That's pretty much the strategies of the rules of money that we were given growing up. Those are the rules that we were given. Listen, if those rules worked, we'd all be wealthy right now. They don't work. It's not how that works. The rules of money that I'm talking about are how does that 1% play? How does that top 1% of the 1% shit? How does that Illuminati stuff, you know what I mean? The Illuminati stuff, how does the money shit really work? How does it really work? What are the real rules of money? You see, because if I ask you a question of understand the rules to the game, if you will, when it comes to money, if I take money out for a second and I put board games there instead, and I said as a class participation here, you guys type in the chat bar. What are different board games that we played as kids, or you played as kids, or you play with your kids now? Just type in the chat bar. As many as you know, just type them and send them out, pump them out. What are names of different board games? I don't care if you can play them or not. Just pump out as many as fast as you can. How many board games out there that you Monopoly and Clue? Put all those board games in there. Okay, in the chat bar. There you go. There they go. They're all coming in. Okay, now listen. If I say on the count of three, name board games, we have no problem. Let me reverse this now and say this. Now this time, on the count of three, I want you to type in the top 4 of the top 1% of the 1%, the mega wealthy shit. Give me the top 4 tax-free accounts that the wealthy use to never pay taxes. Give me those games. Now, what you'll find is it's simple. When it comes to board games, We can name a shit ton of them. But when it comes time to real money shit, of what the real side is doing, we get, well, I mean, there's the stuff. This is what I'm explaining to you. This is what I'm trying to get down and talk to you about. I'm glad you know board games. But why is it that for us, we know board games more than we understand money? If I broke into a set right now and said, hey, how does it with all the businesses you're building and the growth that you're having, tell me about estate taxes with your children. And what's your plan with all your money when you pass away? Because they're gonna, if you have all this money like that you're saying to everybody that you're building generational wealth. Okay, all right, you're gonna build generational wealth. That's great. I hope you do. Just understand. Explain to me how that shit actually works. Like for real, explain it. You see, because entrepreneurs, we talk this game of like, we're gonna build generational wealth, we're gonna take care of our family forever. But if I asked you, show me how to structure, just go ahead and show me how that shit was really structured in life. We get lost. It's not there. We don't understand that language. We talk as though we're gonna do it, while every year making sure we go to zero and have no money in our business, no money in our personal lives. Talk about generational wealth with no understanding of how to actually set it up. No understanding of how structure works inside of it. But we're gonna build it for sure. Yeah, that's not how it works. That's not, money is a game, and money has rules to it. So either you want to get real serious about your life and finances and your kids' life and your generations of life, or don't. Keep living in a facade of that you're going to build this thing without understanding any pieces of it whatsoever. It's like saying, I'm going to go to the moon, but I know nothing about the moon, and I refuse to learn about how to go to the moon. But I am going to the moon. Listen to me, I'm going to the moon. But I don't know how to get to the moon, and I will not learn about how to go to the moon. But I am going to the moon. Bet your ass I'm going to the moon. But I'm not going to learn about the moon, how to go to the moon. It's not true. You're not going to the moon, bro. I don't care what your vision board says. I don't care what you cut out of a magazine and put on your wall and look at it every day. Either you can understand it or you can't. It's either a mirage in the desert that's not real, or it's real. What we're gonna do these next 2 days is I'm gonna push your financial IQ to levels that you've never, all the shit you've always wanted to know about money, let me be on. The answer was, there's 3 things you gotta have in estate planning. There would be what's called family office, family bank, then you have a family foundation that all sits inside of a dynasty trust. The dynasty trust can be in South Dakota because it's the only perpetual state in all of America that can set one up that it never die. Therefore, it help you get out of what's called skip generation, get out of the 40% taxes with no deductions that your generation will pay, not one time, but every generation will pay it until you die. Listen to me, you can make as much money as you want to, but the government's gonna take it when you die. It's only a matter of time. They'll take the money, 40% every generation until there's no money left. That's gonna take place. That's a fact. You can look it up. If you make all this money that you talk about generational wealth. Now, if you're talking about you made a couple $1 million, okay. But if you're talking about generational wealth, which is what we say, well, that's different. Then you gotta get into the next phase that was just called feeder trust, which inside of feeder trust, there's a SLAT, there's what's called a GRAT, there's an IDGT, there's a QPRST, and an ILIT. So which one of those feeder trusts have you set up right now to feed out into your estate planning, to skip all the generations of estate taxes forever? To be clear, you better put a spendthrift clause inside that dynasty trust to block all your children's partners and ex-wives and ex-husbands that if they got divorced, they were taking any of your money when you're dead. Yeah, we didn't know any of that shit. That shit, and here's your idea. You're like, Drew, I don't need to know that right now. If you say that, I want you to understand, it shows your financial IQ. Because to understand real money, listen to me, to understand real money, what I just talked to you about, you have to set that shit up now, not later. You gotta set it up now so that it freezes the value of your worth. Because once you go over a certain worth, the government, when you pass away, the government takes 40% of all of it upon death, and there's nothing you can do. So what wealthy are doing is actually freezing their worth today in what these call those feeder trusts. It freezes their value So like when I bought my farm, I could put my farm inside of a QPRT trust. It freezes the value of what I paid for it, which is only $6 million. It appraised out, let's say, right now it's appraised out at $20 million. By the time I'm done building it out in 40 years, it'll probably be worth $60 million. But when I pass it down, it's only $6 million. So it freezes the value. But you'd have to know how to do that today, because if I waited, which is your plan, to not worry about money, I don't need to worry about money, Drew. I just need to make it. But I'm also going to go to zero every year, but I'm also going to create generational wealth. But I'm going to do that later. Even though I go to zero, I'm going to do it later. No, you're not. Stop. You're not. Stop the games, bro. It's a lie. You're telling yourself a lie. And I'm trying to have a truthful, real financial conversation with you. I can help you get there through structure. It's not even that difficult once you just understand it. It's just the rules to game, but we got to understand. What I want you to do, though, is get very honest with yourself. Like, for real. You want to build it? Okay. Well, you got to structure that now. You don't have to structure all of it. You can do it in pieces. But as you grow, it has to be started now, not later. If I do that later in life, when my family's my farm, just my farm, not my businesses, not my accounts, not my money, just my farm. If I do that later when I die, understand, and it's worth $60 million, just understand, no matter what strategy I use, no matter what structure I use in the future, my family is going to owe taxes on $30 million just on my farm alone. 40% tax bracket, no deductions. So unless you plan on your family taking all your assets, selling everything because you wanted to learn about money later, that's why you have generationally poor families and generationally wealthy families. It's one side understands the game, one side doesn't understand the game. What we understand on our side is, how can I deduct all my money to go to zero? What deductions can I write off? What can I write off? My 6,000-pound car? Great. Buy a new car. Write it off. Go to zero. Go to debt. That's what we do. This is not how money works. To understand this in the game of money, there's if you look at money, I want you to understand this. At a high level, there's just two teams. So I'm going to keep this simple for you. There's only two teams, okay? So money doesn't have 50 teams to it. Listen, money only has two teams. And everybody here and everybody in America, we're on one or two teams. Everybody. Me, you, your mom, my mom, dad, everybody. There's only two teams. One team I refer to as the contributors. And for the contributor side, I'm going to just say, as I teach today, I'm going to put it on this side of the room. It's the contributor side. Contributors are how most of us were born. Contributors are how most of us grew up. We grew up as contributors. We grew up as, that's not bad, be clear. I'm not saying that being a contributor is bad. My mom and dad are contributors. So understand, it's not that one team is right, one team is wrong. Just understand, most of us, if not everybody on this call right now, actually I can tell you, everyone on this call, grew up, you were born into the contributor side. Because if you were born on the creator side, you wouldn't be on this call right now because you would already be doing all this shit that I'm telling you. The other side would be the side over here, and this side is referred to as the contributors, the creators. So you got one side referred to as the creators, and one side referred to as the contributors. Again, I want you to understand something that's super important. I'm not saying that one is good and one is bad. I'm not saying that one is right and one is wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that one is good and evil, righteous and evil. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, understand the game of money, there's two teams. One is called the contributors. One is called the creators. Now, in the game of money, these two teams do the exact opposites of each other. That's why one side has money and one side does not have money. Listen, just think. You got the 99% of people in America that don't have wealth. That's a fact. They don't have wealth, okay? How they play the game of money is all the same by the same set of rules, which is to work really hard, get a good job, get grades, build a little business, and then whatever money you have, give it to someone else. Delegate your money. Delegate wealth, which is why this side will never have it, because you can't delegate wealth. This side over here, the creator side understands money. They understand money. They speak the language of money. They're not, if I would have asked a truly 1% to 1%, the top 1% wealthy, how estate planning works, they'd have said what I just said. Oh, you got to get a dynasty trust in South Dakota. My family's had one for 3 generations now. I'm actually the trustee of that one. Underneath it is our bloodline of all of our relatives that live underneath it. Inside the Dynasty Trust, we have what's called a family bank. Then we have a family office, and then we have a family foundation. That's where we work out of. We have our family office, which dictates where our family's investments go. All the family loans go. The family bank is what keeps the generational money forever, never, ever, ever running out again into the family bank. They just said what I just said. They just said something along the lines of, my grandfather or my dad or my grandfather set that up with using what feeder trust, and so he could stuff as much money as we can. Now, each of us inside of our family, we also put everything inside of the one family dynasty trust. We maximize that from the beginning. So second and third generation, we don't have to have all those things. The feeder trust, that's just me and you, first generation, brother. But we got to do it. Second, third, fourth generation, all they'll have is the dynasty trust side. Look, a creator would explain all that to you like I just said, because it's normal language for us. We're the trustees and the beneficiaries of that stuff. So understand, in the game of money, be very clear with you. In the game of money, I just want you to look at it as that there's two sides, two teams, contributors, creators. It's not that one is right and one is wrong. Make sure you know that. I'm not telling you if you're a contributor that you're wrong. I'm not saying that. And to prove it to you, my mom and dad are contributors. Are they wrong? No, they're not wrong. It's just that my mom and dad play with a set of rules when it comes to money that is not what I'm looking for. And if I play by their set of rules that they're playing by, I'll never become wealthy like I want to become wealthy. So you got to ask yourself a question. Forget everybody else around you, myself included, forget everybody. For you, do you want to create wealth in your life for your family? That's a question that you got to ask. You got to answer that question for you, nobody else. And the answers are relevant to me. I want you to do what you want to go do. My mom and dad were school teachers. They did not care. They didn't have a thought about money. It wasn't something that they were interested in at all. Okay? So does that mean they're bad? No. It means they should play the game of money the best way that contributors play it, which is the contributors to say, I don't want to understand it. I'm not trying to become wealthy. I don't need to create generational wealth. I'm not interested in that. I'm going to go to my job. I'm going to run my small business. I'm going to make enough money to pay my bills. And I'm going to pay taxes on my money. And whatever I have left over, I'll give it to a investor at Charles Schwab or Fidelity or Vanguard, and they can invest it for me. And I'm going to go work my job or in my small business that I have. And there's nothing wrong with that. Perfectly fine. But don't listen to me. Do not believe that if you do that, that's going to create wealth. That's not true. That's not true. You can't get wealth by thinking that you'll play the same game of money how financially broke people play it, okay? And become wealthy. But I'm going to play how they play the game. But I'll become wealthy because I'm building a business and I'm become wealthy. No, you're getting business and wealth confused again. You see, you're playing wealth like a person who does not want to become wealthy, but telling everybody because you have a business, you're going to become wealthy. But listen to me, because we can cut all this shit out, bro. I have tax attorneys on staff. I have former IRS attorneys in my office that last year were for the IRS, now work for me as the tax attorneys. You can send me your tax returns right now. I'll put them on the screen. And I'll show you that the game you're playing is the contributor side, which is to go back to zero to make sure you don't have the money, but to sit here and talk about creating wealth. So these next 2 days, a real conversation that you got to figure out is which one of these are you on? Are you team contributor or are you team creator? I want you to know from me to you, I don't care. I say that, I care, but I don't mind if you do either, whichever team. I want you to do what you want to do. If you just want to have a small business and not create wealth in your life and not try to create generational wealth, and you just want to pay your bills and pay taxes on your profit you have in your company, or go to zero every year somehow and still make money and take whatever money you have and give it to a financial advisor, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you understand, wealth is not in your future. Wealth won't be there. Wealth won't be there. Maybe money to pay your bills, maybe more money than your mom or dad had because you eat at better restaurants and because you write it off, which again, let me just, spoiler alert, all that shit's gonna change because the IRS is moving to AI technology in the IRS. Within the next 2 years, all these deductions that entrepreneurs take, bro, they're gone. All this fake deductions you guys are taking, this shit ain't happening. Go research it. Right now, the IRS has 68 AI projects that they're building out right now. They already have it built. The the IRS already ran an AI audit on themselves and found $21 billion of taxpayer money that should have paid that wasn't paid. So just understand, even all the games you're playing right now are going to go away, so you're going to end up paying taxes, and you're not going to create wealth. Wealth is created by understanding the games of how this side plays the game of wealth, plays the game of money. Understand, if any time these next 2 days you get confused, and you're like, well, I don't know, Drew. I mean, let me think about it. Okay, no problem. Think about this. Which side has money? Which side has money? Like real money. Not you think they have money. Real money. Which side has real money? All right, whatever side has the real money, do that. Do that then. If you want money, okay, do that. Now, there comes a problem, because we don't know what that is. We don't know, well, what do they do? Well, what does they do? That's the piece I'm going to teach you. I'm going to show you what this side really, really, really does with money. How they actually structure that shit. How they actually do their taxes. Why? Because I am this. I built this. I started over here, running my head into a brick wall, building businesses, always going to zero, working unlimited hours to never actually really have money. Now, I had nicer things in my family, and so when I went to church, people thought I had money. They thought I had money. But deep down inside, I knew I didn't have it. I mean, you know, I had money coming in, but it was going out. And in my head, I said, well, I'm reinvesting. That's why I don't have it right now. But in a couple of years, when I'm done reinvesting, then I'm going to have all this money. No, you're not. That's not true. That's not how it works, man. Because you deduct it today, tomorrow you're going to do it, next year you're going to deduct it, next year. I could bring people on this call right now that let's say someone's been in business for 5, 6, 7 years now, and they're still going to zero every year. Look at my office. I deal with private clients 3 times a week. People fly in 3 times a week. Sit down with my team. And what's crazy, they're now making $10 million, let's say, a year. And they're still trying to go to zero and not pay any taxes on any of that money, and still don't have any money. And what they say is, well, right now, Drew, I'm in a growth pattern. I just bought a lot of stuff. We're going to hit 15 million. When I hit 15 million, things are going to change. Now, wait a second. Guess what the person says that makes 100 grand a year? Well, right now, I don't have money because right now we're starting up. We're year 1, year 2, and we're really reinvesting the marketing dollars so that we grow, and then we're going to have money. And the company that's a couple years older now has 500 grand a year. Guess what they say? Well, Drew, right now we're in the growth pattern, man. You know what I mean? We started the company, boom, we're growing right now. And the reason that I don't have money right now is not because we don't have it. Okay, I do have it. But it's just that right now we're at 500 grand. We're in hockey stick, and so it's taking right. And the company makes $1 million a year. You're not gonna believe this what they say. Same shit. The companies make $5 million a year. Same stuff. 10 million, 20 million. Last week I had a customer flying from DC. $52 million last year. S Corp. LLC S Corp. $52 million a year. Same shit. Same stuff. It never changes. What was he talking about? Next year when I make money. Next year when this happens. Okay, so I want you to understand. You can't play by that set of rules as a contributor and then think that you're going to become wealthy. What we got to figure out is, what are the wealthy playing? How are they playing that game? And how can we make money on that side right there? Okay. Understand here, we're talking about these 2 teams. I just kind of walked through this, but inside these 2 teams, AARP on the contributor side says 76% of all Americans live paycheck by paycheck. That's the contributor side. They live paycheck by paycheck. Prudential Financial did a survey, and they said the number one, they asked the people, they said, what's the number one emotion about money you have? They did a survey, they said, what's the number one emotion about money you have? The answer, the most common answer was fear. So here we are in the greatest country that's ever, capitalistic country that's ever been alive. The ability to make the most amount of money ever. More money ever printed in the history of America in the last 10 years. Of all American history combined, we have printed more in the last, not even 10 years, 5 years, than we've ever done in the history of America. There's more money being printed out there than ever before. But yet the number one emotion that people have about money is fear. And they asked them, well, what are you afraid of then? They said, well, what are you afraid of? And the number one answer was, I'm afraid of losing what I currently have. I'm afraid of losing what I currently have. Why? Because that's what contributors are afraid of. Because it took them their whole life to get that small amount they have, and they're afraid that if they lose that, they're going to lose it all again. I'm going to lose what I have. Then I won't have anything. And it took me 15 years to get this. It's the contributor side. How many know this guy right here? This guy right here, Mitt Romney. Again, I don't care if you like him or don't like him, Rhino, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. My point is simple, though. I'll give you an illustration of Mitt. 2009, I ended up losing everything in 2009 in my business. Crash happened. I was in real estate. Crash happened. Lost everything. Went through 14 foreclosures. Had my cars repoed. Burned out all my credit. Lost all my lines of credit. Lost all my credit cards. Wife left me. House in foreclosure. All the way to zero, bro. 2009. Real estate crashed. I moved back in my mom and dad's basement. This was before I paid everything off. Moved back in my mom and dad's basement. And 2011, an article comes out. Now, I'm at zero, man. And The Atlantic runs this article. Mitt Romney's running for president of the United States in for the 2012 election. 2011 comes out, and an article comes out in The Atlantic that says, what's really going on with Mitt Romney's $102 million IRA? And here I am. I've lost everything. I don't have anything, man. I've worked hard as I've ever worked. He goes on to say, his article, it says, Mitt Romney grows IRA to $100 million. He did it tax-free and legally. And I remember thinking to myself, what are you talking about? What do you mean he did it tax-free and legally? Because in my life, if I, at the end of the year, had $10,000 of profit, I would have to pay taxes on it. And here's this cat that's got $100 million that he paid no taxes on, and it was legal. And I remember thinking to myself, when I didn't have anything, dude, there's something, not about business, there's something about money that I don't understand. Because every time I had money, I went down to zero on purpose and thought I won. But then I didn't have any money. And next year I just said, I got to build my business bigger. And next year I also went down to zero again. And I didn't have any money. And next year I said, well, I'm going to build bigger. Until I didn't have anything. And here's this guy with $100 million that he didn't pay anything in taxes. Which means he created the money, but he kept the money. He didn't just create it. I created it. You create it in our business. But we don't keep any of it. You see, what the wealthy know how to do is three simple things. They know how to create it, they know how to keep it, and they know how to multiply it. But me and you, as an entrepreneur in the 99%, we never, ever, ever get to level 2 or 3. You see, the level that we get to is create. We create it. We have our business. We have our W-2 jobs. We create money. We're climbing the corporate ladder. We create the money. We create it. Yes. That level we get to. We never keep any of it, though. Because if we keep it, we got to pay what? Taxes. We don't want to do that. So we deduct everything. So we don't have to pay. But if we don't have any money that we kept, we can't multiply it. I want you to understand this. For the love of God, please write this point down. Your money will outwork you any day of the week if you let it. So right now what your belief is that you outwork everybody else. You believe that you outwork, I'm going to use it in this example, you believe you outwork your own money. And what I'm telling you is that's not true. Money is your hardest working employee that you've ever had if you'll let it go to work. You got to let it go to work. Because money will work 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. It needs no vacation days. It needs no time off. It doesn't need sick days. It just works and works and works. And while you sleep, it works. While you're at work, it works. While you go to lunch, it works. While you go on break, it works. While you go pick the kids up, it works. And the more that we can keep, that we can get to go to work for us, the money, now we can multiply. You see, if I look at contributors and creators, we do the same concepts. So watch, both sides, contributors, creators, we both create money. Okay? Now here's the contributor side. What the contributors are trying to do, when they create the money, they're trying to deduct it to go to zero. When they deduct that money and then they go to zero, they don't have any money, they didn't keep anything, and they didn't multiply anything. But they did create it, deducted it, went to zero. Now, wealthy side, contributors, creators, they're going to create it, they're going to deduct it, but watch, they'll keep it. Here's your difference. They'll keep that shit. So when you deduct and go to zero. When wealthy people deduct, they deduct and keep. So neither side are going to have to pay the taxes, but you don't have any, the reason you're not paying taxes is because you don't have any money. We won't pay taxes, but it's because of how we deduct. Now that we can keep that money, now we can multiply that money. Here's the two sides. Here's how far apart. They could not be further apart. That make sense? We start right here. We both create, contributors, creators. We both deduct, but contributors go to zero, while creators deduct, don't pay, but keep it. Now they can multiply it. The reason that on the contributor side, we can never ever create money is because we don't keep and multiply. Watch. If every year you go to zero on your taxes by deducting everything, okay? Let's say that over here, I could pay you, this is a hypothetical, I could pay you 1 billion% interest on your money, okay? 1 billion% interest on your money, all right? But every year, you go to zero. So here's a math equation for you. What is $0 times 1 billion% interest per year? The answer is zero. Zero. You see, it doesn't matter how much you create. You're missing the game. You think the game is business. It doesn't matter how much you create. It's a matter of how much you keep and multiply. Not create, deduct, zero. So this side would be keep, multiply. This side would be deduct, subtract. That's how far apart we are. Because 0 times 1 billion% is still 0. So the secret to wealth is about learning how to, once you create it, how do the wealthy structure it? Structure is the word you're missing. You're looking for strategies. This is beginner level shit. You're looking for strategies. Every year in your business over here, you're looking for tax strategies. And you see these people on social media talking about strategies. Wealth is structure, then strategies that match your structure. Structure will eliminate most of your strategies that you need. Make sense? How you structure your business dictates the rules of money that you're about to play by. You should write that one down. I'll say it again for you. How you structure your business will determine the rules by which you play the game of money by. Okay? So what you first have to fix, the dentist that called me yesterday, what he's struggling with is he was looking for more strategies. And when he called me, I said, listen, you first need structure. You're still structured as though you're some startup company on your first business. Structure will eliminate the majority of stuff that you're dealing with right now. Then whatever's left over, we use strategies that coincide with this structure that we're going to build. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. So how do we become wealthy? We're going to have to understand the rules of the game of money. The first one to understand is going to be structure. We have to understand how do we structure our businesses so that it produces the most, watch this, it produces the most amount of profit that we can make, not losses. There's no such thing as, on the wealthy side, in business, there's a thing called a P&L meetings, profit and loss meetings. And in the P&L meetings, you're trying to figure out how do we increase our profit and decrease our losses, deductions. Think about that for a second. The meeting is based off of, for the wealthy, P&L meetings. How do we increase our profit, decrease our deductions? And as a contributor, we don't ever have that meeting. The only meeting that you want to have is, what deductions, how do I, if you really think about it, what you're really trying to figure out is, how do I lower my profit so I don't pay taxes and increase my losses so I don't pay taxes? And now I won. And we just created a fake win. It's a participation trophy. You're playing for participation trophies. They're not real, they're fake. You found a way to decrease your profit and increase your losses, and instead I won, I didn't pay. You're broke. No, I'm rebuilding. No, you're broke. If you don't believe me, give me your tax returns. We can do it live. It's broke. Wealthy understand on this side, how do we create it? How do we keep it? How do we multiply it? We got to figure that stuff right there. Contributors and creators. This is an example of Mitt doing it inside of it. Just understand, inside of this, there's 4 major tax-free accounts that we can use, okay? I'm going to go over these accounts with you in this class. The main one we're going to hit today, first out of the bat. We're going to get the first one in just a second. It will be the foundation for how you create multi-generational wealth. Will be the first thing that we cover in just a second here. But just understand, money is a game. Money is always a game. At the end of the day, no matter how you look at it, money is a game, and you got to understand the rules to that game. Once you understand the rules of the game, you can win. But remember, there's only two teams. One team is called the contributors. One team is called the creators. And they have completely opposite set of rules. Complete opposite. Complete opposite. What this side does the opposite. What this side does the opposite. Now, you may think to yourself right now, well, I mean, Drew, look, you know, the 99% and the 1%ers, yeah, I mean, they do different stuff with money. But at the end of the day, you know, it's a little bit different here and there. But, you know, the rules are very similar. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's just, you're just making shit up, bro. You're basing it off of zero data. You're based off of just stuff that you came up with in your head of how you think something works. If that was true, there would be no such thing as the 99% and the 1%. Let me ask you a question. In your lifetime, has the generational wealth gap in our entire lifetime, has that wealth gap got closer together or further apart? The answer, spoiler alert, further apart. It's got further apart. Why? Because they're exact opposites of each other. So no matter what you do as a contributor, you're driving to generationally poor lifestyle. And whatever you do on this side, you're driving towards generationally wealthy lifestyle. It's the exact opposites of each other. That's why no matter how hard you work over here, some of you have been in business for 10, 15 years. I'm not saying that you can't pay your bills. I'm saying you have money. You're winning compared to contributors, but it's not wealth. It's not. You're looking at a game that's a participation trophy game, and you got a bunt. You got hit by the pitch, and you made it to first base. And so compared to all the players that strike out, you made it to first base. So it feels like, well, I make more money than other people make, right? But the question is, do you want to create wealth? The question not is, do you want to make more than your neighbor? I'm trying to figure out that group of people that you're trying to create real money, not because you're greedy, because you want to do stuff with it, because you want to help people with it. You want to take care of your family, your mom and dad, your children, your church. You want to do stuff with it. If I ask you right now, if I gave you, I'm not going to, but if I gave you $3 million right now to only go help people, no business, you guys got to go help people, take care of someone, who would you go help? Like, you know who it is that you would go change their lives. Okay, that's why you're trying to make money. That's why you're in business. Now, to have that in business, you're going to have to make money. To make money, you're going to have to understand money. Once you can understand money, you can go do that you want to. I would call that your purpose of life. You can fulfill your purpose of life, but not until you understand money, because it's going to take money to do that thing right there. Inside of money, you got to look at, there's a strategy inside of money. There's a strategy in money, in the game of money. The strategy is very simple. It's two words. It's simple, two words. It's called money movement. Money movement. When I interviewed Kevin O'Leary, I asked about this question about money movement. We talked about money movement for a while on stage. What does it mean? How does it work? And in a nutshell, one thing I want to tell you is just understand this. What's an older word for the word money? Watch this. What's an older word for the word money? We use it today, but not as often. But another word for the word money. And that word would be currency. Okay? So here we'll play a game in the chat bar right here. So the word money comes from the word currency. Where does the word currency come from? So here we have money. Money comes from the word currency. What's the originating word of the word currency? The originating word for the word currency is the word currents. Well, I live in Florida down here in Ponte Vedra Beach. In Florida, on the ocean, for there to ever be a current, ever, for there to be a current in the water, it means that the water must be moving. It's got to be moving. So I want you to understand this. The very thing that you're wanting, which is money, the way you get money is through money movement. It must move. Water, the money must move. The word money comes from the word currency. The word currency comes from the word currents. And for there to ever be a current, it must be moving. The very definition of the word that you're looking for comes from movement. Now, we're going to have to understand movement in money. What does that mean, movement? And where do the wealthy move it that we don't move it to? Because when we think movement, on our side as growing up as a contributor, we think movement means like making some money and then giving that to a financial advisor, delegating it. Listen, if that financial advisor, and I'm for financial advisors, to be clear, financial advisors are set up for contributors. They're not set up for wealthy creators. That's not true. Wealthy people use what's called a family office. If we get really deep into money, they use what's called a family office, okay? Financial advisors were built by the creators for the contributors. So Charles Schwab, let's say, for example, is a creator. He built a business to have financial advisors get money from contributors so that Charles could invest it. Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab makes money off of your money and then gives you what's left over. So a financial advisor's business model, Charles Schwab, Goldman & Sachs, Merrill Lynch, those are all humans. Their model was to take financial advisors from contributors, put them with contributors, and say, go talk to your friends and family and get them to invest money with you underneath our umbrella called Edward Jones, a human. Edward Jones, now a company. And then Edward Jones will take all the contributors' money, and then he'll go invest that and make money off of that. And then if he makes money, you'll pay him. If he loses money, you'll pay him. But you'll only get the leftover amount of what's there, not the full amount. Okay. So what we try to do as a contributor, trying to become wealthy, is delegate the wealth to someone else to make us wealthy. And it doesn't work that way. Hence the reason Edward Jones is wealthy, Charles Schwab is wealthy. Not that person. Not that person. That person's wealthy. So to understand money, it just simply means you can't delegate wealth. You got to own wealth. You got to understand money. There's 3 rules I want you to understand to become what I refer to as a creator inside of here. Give me slides, Jordan. There's 3 rules you got to understand. Number 1, you got to understand how to create it. Well, the nice thing is you already know how to do that. That's what you're great at. Whether you do stocks, crypto, real estate, your small businesses, I don't care. You already do that, man. You're already great at that shit. That's what makes you who you are. You know how to create it. You don't need help in that step right now. What you need help is stop deducting it and then dividing it to go to 0 and start keeping it and multiplying. That's the step. That's the piece that you're missing right now. The create part you have. It's step 2 that kills us. We don't get to keep any of it. We don't know how to keep it. We don't even know what the structure is that allows us to keep it. The only structure that we know is to spend it and deduct it. That's the only structure that we know of. And then we just say we won. And we get a participation trophy for doing it. The third step is we have to know how to multiply it. We got to know how to multiply it. If you know who this guy is right here, if you don't know who he is, I'd probably tell you that a red light should be blinking in your head right now. Because this guy right here, his name is Peter Thiel. I'll give you an example right here. Peter Thiel is Forbes magazine. Peter Thiel built a $2,000 Roth into a $5 billion tax-free kitty. Okay? I want you to rewind that shit. $2,000 into a $5 billion Roth, tax-free. And what we think is, if we put $7,000 a year in, we'll become wealthy. So unless you're under the idea that what Mitt Romney and all these wealthy people are doing was putting $7,000 in a year, and then that over with Charles Schwab and Fidelity, and then they became wealthy, you would be way off. Not even close. And I say this with all due respect, I don't give a shit what your financial advisor says. This is facts. You can go research it yourself. Wealth for them was not created by giving it to someone else. Wealth was created by them understanding it. They did it. They made the moves. Why? Because they understand money. They understand money. You say, but how can you get $5 billion in tax-free to a Roth? You can only put $7,000 a year into it. Exactly. That would be the piece that we miss on our side. Inside of this, it goes on to say his account jumped more than $3 billion in just 3 years. So I guess he was a rabbit and you're a turtle. And that's just what we're told to be. We're told to be turtles. That it's a long journey and it's just a long road ahead of us, and we just got to do it for 40 years, and that's all there is that we can do. Just keep giving me your money just keep giving it, just keep bringing it to me. Your financial, just keep bringing it to me. You go to work and just bring it to me, and I'll take care of it. And in 40 years, you'll have money. You're a turtle. He did it in three years. Inside it goes on to say, even though he never contributed money after 1999, which means he only contributed 1 year, $2,000. He never put any more money in. Now, your brain should be spinning right now thinking, what the hell is this guy doing? Not me, him. How he makes Mitt Romney look like he was on Section 8. Mitt Romney only had $100 million. And to be clear, I don't mean in Mitt's lifetime. Mitt opened the account in 1999, same year this guy did, Peter. They both opened their accounts in 1999. So if you think, well, the reason Mitt had money was because it was passed down. No, you're making shit up again. That's not how he got $100 million into his IRA. You can't contribute your family's wealth into that account. You're only allowed to put in the legal amount per year that I can put in, that you can put in. You only put that legal amount in. So if your thought was, well, yeah, Mitt did it because he had it. Nope. You're just, again, you're blocking to give yourself a way out of not having it, instead of facing the facts of saying, shit, I gotta figure this out. There's something that I'm missing in the game of money. Because legally, he could put in money and you could put in the same amount of money. He couldn't put in more than you could put in. You could both put in the same amount. But somehow he ended up with $100 million in 11 years. 11 years. And I'm assuming right now you did not end up with $100 million in 11 years. So what was he doing? Inside of this, there's a creator structure. What I call the creator structure, which has made me more money than anything else in my entire life, was when I finally was able to break through to understand how the wealthy are actually structuring what they're doing. And it's not your LLC S Corp that you got off of LegalZoom. Inside the creator structure, I want you to break it down into a couple different points here. We're going to talk about the 4 tax-free accounts. Before we do this, let me switch to this other screen real quick. Let's see if it hit this one right here. No. Give me back one slide on that one, Jordan, on back wall. I'm going to walk you through what we're going to learn over these next 2 days. Give me a full screen on the presentation. On the slide, on the keynote. Yeah, there you go. I want you to look at wealth from now on into 4 separate quadrants, okay? Not one LLC S Corp that everything flows inside of. If you want to create real wealth, we're going to break it down into 4 quadrants. Those 4 quadrants that exist out there look like this right here, okay? You're going to have what's one quadrant called your personal side. This is where we're going to maximize tax deductions at. You got a second quadrant, which is the business side. This is where tax structure exists at. Tax structure will eliminate most of your tax deduction problems that you have. Then you have retirement, which would be the tax-free structure that you're going to use. So retirement quadrant, tax-free. Then you have estate or legacy side, which is your tax planning side. So inside of wealth, I want you can draw these 4 boxes on a piece of paper if you want to. We're going to go through all these 4 boxes, and I'm going to break them down, what the wealthy are doing inside of each of these boxes. Personal side, what are the best tax deductions that the wealthy use to eliminate their personal tax bills? Notice what I'm saying, personal tax bills. Then we're going to look at business, which is our tax structure side. And our business side, we want to make as much profit as humanly possible. Watch the difference of how far apart these 2 sides are. In your business, you're trying to take as many deductions as you possibly can, even ones that aren't even real. And on wealthy people's business side, I want none of your deductions in my business. If I could have no deductions in a business, that's what I would do. So how far apart are we? Your business, you want all the deductions. And in my business, I don't want any of those deductions. Why? Because I want to increase profit, decrease deductions and losses so I can keep my money from a tax perspective way so that I could build out my tax-free retirement and set up long-term estate legacy side. You see, we're the opposite. We're not the same. We don't do the business the same way. I'll give you another. I have a W-2 paycheck from my company that I get paid. You say, yeah, I do too. Mine's 50 grand. Mine's 750 grand a year, W-2. Why? Because it's my personal side. It's how I live, pay my bills. Now, how crazy is that? You think wealthy just don't have any paychecks? Like we don't have nothing? Listen, these next 2 days, everything that you've thought through about how you thought money worked, you're about to find out it was the opposite. And if you ever get stuck these next 2 days, just look at contributor, creator. Which side has the money, though? Or do that side. Because that's what you're looking for. We want to do that side. So if the creators have the money and they structure it this way, do that side. Because they got the money. So let the proof not be from me. Let the proof not be from other people. Let the proof be in the facts of who has the money. Because that's what you're looking for. You're in business to make money. All right? Let's find out who has the money and let's figure out how they structure that shit and let's do that right there. That's it. That's all you got to do. Inside of here, go by the slideshow. We're going to talk about the personal side and a couple of things you want to understand on the personal quadrant there as we go through here. I'm going to talk about family pension plans. Family pension plans. So here's a unique one. Here's a unique one, my friend. Everybody out there is entrepreneurs talking about, I want to take care of my family. I want to take care of my family. No problem. I assume you have a family pension plan for sure. I mean, obviously, right? I'm doing my business to take care of my family. Okay, watch. Give me full screen, Jared. Watch. I want you to understand this point here. Here's these two sides: contributors, creators. Okay. They both create money. Now you go to deduct stuff that takes you to zero. What this side does, we create it and we say, I want to create wealth for my family. So then we would set up a family pension plan. And then we would take the money from our business and deduct all that money into our pension plans for our family. And then when that money's in that pension plan that we deducted and didn't pay taxes on, we then have the money here and then we can multiply that money through investing it. Now my family will be wealthy and I didn't pay taxes on that shit. Now we both had deductions, my friend. Me and you, bone right here, we both deducted shit. But what I deducted, I kept. And I accomplished what I wanted to accomplish in life, which was to take care of my family. Okay, well, great news. My family has an entire family pension plan that was paid for by my business, which was deducted so I didn't have to pay taxes on it. Now that I kept that money, we can multiply that money all tax-free. There you go. So what we got to get a real conversation about is, it's like saying, as a person, I want to go, I'm in Florida, I want to go to the Grand Canyon, okay? And then you get in your car and you drive to New York City instead. But the whole time you're driving to New York City, you're saying, I'm going to go to the Grand Canyon. I tell you what, I can't wait to be there. Woo! I am excited to get to the Grand Canyon while driving to New York City. But saying to everybody around you that you're going to go to the Grand Canyon. And then when you end up in New York City, you're like, what happened? How did I get here? I was headed to Grand Canyon. Why am I here? How did I get here? Okay, here it is. You're in Florida, and you're saying in your business, I'm going to build money, create wealth, so I can take care of my family. I want to take care of my family. I'm going to use my business. I'm going to work really hard, and I'm going to take care of my family. Then you build your business, and you do the opposite. But every year you say, I'm doing this so I can take care of I'm providing for my family. But I deduct everything so I don't pay taxes. So we're going to have to figure out, when we play this game of money, where do you really want to be? And then let's build a structure that allows you to do that. It allows you, look, we both created it. We both deducted it. But you don't have it anymore. My family has multiplied money now, tax-free. And I didn't pay taxes on that, and you didn't pay taxes. But one of our family is wealthy, and one of our family is not wealthy. But neither one of us pay taxes on our business. So who's really winning here? What's really happening with money? Was it a business thing? No, it's a money thing. Because the business is what created it. Financial IQ is what separates us. It's that simple. Like, that's one of 50 things we're going to go through. I'm going to show you how art works. I'm going to show you how the game of art works inside of wealth. Jordan, give me a slide deck. I'm going to show you how art works inside of here. We know that wealthy people do with art. We know there's games inside of art. But what are they really doing inside of it? I'll show you. I'll show you. I have an art call on this Tuesday with all my entire membership so they can buy art, so they can deduct all the art. Yes, it's a strategy that wealthy use to maximize their money. They create it, keep it, deduct it, multiply it. I'm going to show you how the personal side, how you buy assets, and then deduct it. So what wealthy people do when we create it, we don't want to just deduct it on stupid stuff. We're going to create it, we're going to deduct it, but we might buy a beach house that year. Here, let me ask you, just give you a simple question. Would you rather have $1 million, let's just say, high level, you made $1 million, would you rather deduct that and pay nothing in taxes but not have it? Or would you rather buy a beach house, keep the beach house for your family, and pay nothing in taxes, but own an oceanfront property, but pay nothing in taxes? Okay. Wealthy people use assets in what they build to be able to keep what they have. Whether this is one of our buildings. We own that building right there. We buy assets that allow us from a personal side to take our money from our business, deduct it, so we don't have to pay taxes on it, but keep it, and now that money makes us money over and over again. You see, there's a big difference between contributors and creators, how we play the game of money. Some of you right now have 401ks, you have traditional IRAs, you owe taxes on all that money. But wealthy people will deduct 50% of all those taxes with one move. So say you owe $300,000 in taxes out of your 401k when you retire. There's one thing that we'll do, one move, boop, one move, that will cut that 50% off. So now you owe $150 instead of $300. You keep $150,000 versus you get the IRS $150,000. One of those two things is going to happen in your life right now. You have a 401k, you have a traditional IRA, you have a SEP IRA. When you retire, I'm making a number here. You'll say you owed $300,000 in taxes on that money. One move this side will do on the personal side, we'll cut it in half with one move. It's free money. You should take it. It's free. It's free money. But we don't know the rules to that game. We don't, and what we think is our CPA, if we pay our CPA $3,000, that they magically know everything about everything. No, that's not true. That's not how that works. Then you go into business. We're going to the second quadrant, which is the business quadrant. Inside the business quadrant, we're going to understand tax structure. So the first one is about tax deductions. The second one is about tax structures. How do we structure our business to eliminate all the strategies that we need? Structure is the main thing that Peter Thiel and Rob and all these guys are doing. It's structure, not strategies. So first we need to sit back and say, how do we structure it the right way? Whether you want to structure it how Peter Thiel structured it, that's called I'm going to teach you today. I'm going to teach you today how to structure your business, how Peter Thiel did it. Spoiler alert, watch this shit. Give me full screen, Jordan. What we're going to learn how to do today, watch this. Here's what he did. He took his tax-free account as a creator. He took his tax-free account. He then bought the shares of his own company, which was PayPal, by the way. He took his Roth for $2,000, and he bought the shares of his company. Therefore, when he makes a profit in his company now, and he has to pay his investors their money, it's paying his Roth, which is his investor, which is also his retirement, all that money tax-free over here. But what you came up with was to get a LLC as an S Corp and then buy a car. Right. Contributor, creator. Not the same. Why didn't you just, have your tax-free retirement, buy all the shares of your company, and then that way all your profit can just go to your retirement tax-free? And your structure eliminates all your strategies that you need. Well, why didn't your CPA tell you? They didn't know. They didn't. Just understand, in everything in life, there's levels to the game, okay? So I come from school teachers. My mom and dad are school teachers. I'll use this as an example. Just because you graduate college with a degree in education and you get hired by a school, once you do that, does that mean that all teachers are equal and all teachers are the same? I mean, they all graduated, they all passed, so as long as you get your education degree, you pass, all teachers from that day forward are equally the same. That's not true. There's some teachers that are bad, lots of teachers that are average, and there's some teachers that are great. And right now, if you look back in your mind right now when you were in high school, there's teachers that you could put right now in those boxes. No, there were average teachers. There were some bad ones that you hated, but there was like one or two good teachers that made a difference in your life. But they all graduated. They're all the same. No, they're not. You can take that in any area you want to in life, including my background of education. You can take it as an attorney. An attorney goes to college, passes the bar, becomes an attorney. Now, once that happens, all attorneys are equal. They're the same. Hire any attorney you want to. Go to the phone book and pick an attorney. They're all the same. Is that true or false? That's false. There's some attorneys that are average. There's some attorneys that are bad. But there's some attorneys that are great. They are great. But they all graduated. They all passed the bar. So hire anybody you want to because they're all the same. No, they're not. Not true. It's not true at all. There are attorneys that are in jail right now. As an attorney, they're in jail for laws they broke. And people had them as their attorney. And that attorney broke laws and is in jail right now. Think that through. So the idea that just because you pass your class, that everybody's the same, that's not true. And CPAs are so different. There's CPAs that are average, there's CPAs that are bad, and there's CPAs that are great. It's not that you can just pick H&R Block and it's all the same, just do anybody. I want you to understand something. I'm not saying that as a CPA that they're bad people, okay? What I'm saying is your CPA, if you're trying to create wealth, probably is not what their business avatar is. Most CPAs, they're in business just like you're in business. And just like you have a business avatar and I have a business avatar, they have a business avatar. And their business avatar is not you. Sandy, who my mom and dad used, she was a CPA. And she was a good CPA for contributors. But not for someone trying to create wealth like I was. She couldn't help me create that. She didn't know how to structure that. Her avatar was my mom and dad. So what's happening in your business is you went to a contributor and said, how do I create wealth? And they didn't know. All they knew was what they knew. And it wasn't wealth. How do you know that? Because they ain't wealthy, bro. They're not wealthy. If they knew how to create wealth, guess what they would have done? Created wealth. And we went to someone who didn't create wealth and said, tell me how to structure wealth. And you've never done it. And we said, okay, well, this guy's never done it. I'm gonna bet on him. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is why contributors that are born as a contributor but wanting to become a creator get stuck. They get stuck. Why? We get bad financial advice from someone who doesn't have money. But go back to slides here. In the business side, I'm going to teach you Peter Thiel structure. I'll also teach you another structure called, switch slides here. Jordan, give me slides. 1202s. So there's another structure called 1202 structures. You can get up to $15 million personally tax-free by opening it this way instead. So some of you that are trying to sell your companies and get rid of you're gonna sell off your company one day. 1202. I have a 1202. I have a Peter Thiel structure called a Robs, and I have a 1202 structure because they're different businesses. They're doing different things. Why would I want to structure as an LLC S Corp when I could, if I'm going to sell this business, and I know I'm going to sell it, why would I do that? I'm going to pay 40% taxes on all that money, or capital gains, long-term capital gains, 23%. Or I'll just put it in 1202. And in 1202, I'll pay 0% taxes personally on the first $15 million that my company sells for. And if I want to get more, I could then put shares in my wife's name, my daughter's name, and, you're not going to believe this, my trust. So then it's 15 million, 15 million, 15 million, 15 million, 15 million, tax-free, personally. But you went with the LLC because that's what somebody told you. I'm trying to get you to think, but does that person actually know how business works? I mean, have they ever actually built that thing? Or are they just telling you how they think it's built? What happens is, as a contributor trying to leave the contributor world, get to the creator world, we're surrounded by other contributors. And therefore, all of our information comes from other contributors who are not creators, telling you how to become wealthy, but they've never done it. So how could someone who's never created wealth tell you how to go create wealth? Does that make sense? That's like a giant fat person telling you how to become healthy, and they've never done it before. What are you talking about? In what world would you hire a overweight person as a personal trainer to teach you about how to become healthy when they've never became healthy? But they're going to tell you how to do it. I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Well, if you know how to do it, did you do it? No, I didn't do it, but I know how to do it, but I didn't do it. Okay, well, I'm just going to go to someone who actually did it because they'll know more about how to do it because they did it. They'll know what it feels like. They know what the food tastes like. They'll know it because they did it. Not theoretically did it. Not in books they did it. Not they read about it. No, they did it. When it comes to money, you got to start leaning on people who created the actual money, who actually know how to, who actually did it, and follow what they're saying versus what someone else in the contributor world is telling us about it. Go back to my slide deck there, Jordan. And then we'll jump into retirement over these next 2 days here. And on the retirement side, we're going to go through the 4 tax-free accounts. This is where we're going to start at. We're going to do the 4 tax-free accounts. The most powerful tax-free account in all of America is called a solo. It's the one that Peter Thiel was using. Most powerful tax-free account out there. Now, right now in your head, if you don't have a solo right now, it would automatically tell you that you got the wrong CPAs. We could stop the conversation. Stop the conversation. Again, I'm not saying your CPA is wrong. I'm saying you're wrong for your CPA, to be clear. I'm not attacking your CPA. I have many people in my membership who are CPAs. They understand that they're CPAs for the contributors. There's nothing wrong with that. My mom and dad need a CPA. That CPA is a perfect CPA for them. There's nothing wrong with that. What I'm saying is that you're wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong because I was trying to use a CPA that was for contributors to create my wealth. And at no point did my CPA ever tell me the number one tax-free account you'll ever build in your life, Andrew, is a solo. You should go get that. So right now, if you're here and you don't have that account, what it should trigger you on is, I have the wrong people financially around me. If your financial advisor hasn't asked you about your solo account, I would be asking a lot of questions right now. A lot of questions right now. Because it's the most tax-free account, the number one tax-free account in all of America. But most Americans have no idea what it is. So it's either, think about this, it's either your CPA knew about the account and did your taxes and then chose not to tell you. Or your CPA doesn't know about the account, so therefore they couldn't tell you. Either one of those scenarios, either one of those answers, it would tell you that you have the wrong CPA. Does that make sense? You have the wrong CPA. Again, not that they're bad, but they're not built for you. You're headed somewhere else. Your vision is different. Your path is bigger. Your destination is brighter than what you're using. You got to figure out how this game of money is really, really played. Inside of here, we're going to go through what's called a Roth. We're going to go through HSAs. We're going to go through what's called CISAs. These are the 4 tax-free accounts that wealthy use all the time. All the time. All the time. This is the 4 accounts we use, okay? from there, we're going to get into, just make sure you understand this, watch this. These accounts, depending on what state you're in right now, but most all states, minus like California and one more, I think. These accounts right here, like my solo and stuff, my solo is bankruptcy proof. It's creditor proof, and it's judgment proof. You ever wonder why wealthy people can file bankruptcy and still be wealthy? It's because of where they are holding their cash at. It's where they're holding their assets at. You say, oh, they have an LLC. An LLC is not bankruptcy proof, creditor proof, or judgment proof. We're going to have to understand how asset protection works inside of money, like the wealthy understand it, how the law passed it to work. So the law, Congress has passed laws that dictates what is legal or not legal in asset protection. Based off of those laws is how judges will rule on different lawsuits, bankruptcies, or judgments. So we want to make sure when we play the game, we play the game in a way that our money is tax-free. It's also bankruptcy-proof, creditor-proof, and judgment-proof. That's how you want to play the game. Now, if right now the people that you work with, your advisors, can't explain this shit to you, again, I'm saying that you have the wrong person. This is how you build wealth. Until you can get to these basic levels, how your money is always at risk. You're burning through all your taxes. You're never creating the wealth because you're doing the deductions instead because your structure is off. None of your money is safe. Okay. Then we'll hit the last piece, which is the legacy piece. This is the tax planning side. This is how you're going to create wealth for truly generations to come, to make sure that your family always has money forever. We're going to look at three simple things. We're going to look at what's called the family bank process. We're going to look at what's called the family office process. And we're going to look at what's called the family foundation. So every long-term generation wealthy family out there has these three things: a family bank, a family office, and a family foundation. My family foundation, I told you, is my Cordell family Christmas foundation. We're in full swing right now. Full swing of our foundation right now. I'm building it for today, and I'm building it for generations to come, because my children can work for the foundation, and all the profit the foundation makes from all the investments it has is 100% tax-free. But my children and grandchildren can work at it, make a full-time salary, health benefits, health insurance, cars, 401k plans. They have the whole setup working for my foundation, and all the money my foundation is making through investments, it's tax-free. So wealthy families, when it comes to their generational wealth, we're going to talk about family bank, family office, and family foundation. And all of that lives inside of what's referred to as a dynasty trust. Dynasty trust, which I told you about out of South Dakota. That's the vault that holds your legacy trust. All this to say, this right here is what it looks like. You've got to get these 4 quadrants down in your life. These 4 quadrants are what's going to make up your wealth. If right now, as you here on this training, if you look at your wealth and you don't have 4 quadrants laid out and where that money flows from each of these things, because the money has to flow through these things and operates inside of these. Certain LLCs, certain structures are impersonal. Certain LLC structures, corporations, are inside of business. Certain LLC structures are inside of retirement. Certain LLC structures and trusts are inside of legacy. They're individual on their own, as wealthy families have them, but they interact and flow with each other. If you have ever in your lifetime wanted to know real fucking wealth, no bullshit, how does it really work? I'll put this plan up right here against anybody in the world. Any plan in the world, I'll put this plan up against it. Why? Because this is what we do as wealthy. It works like this. It's not a mystery. I mean, it is a mystery until you understand it, and then it's like, oh. And I'm not, to be clear, I'm not saying I created this. I'm saying this is how it's done. Like, this is how wealthy families do it. Do this, and you'll copy wealthy families, and you can have all the pieces that you're looking for inside of it. Now, you could ask the question, which is fine, a fair question. Well, Drew, does it really work, though? Go back to a full screen slide, Jordan. Full screen. Does it actually, go back, camera 2. Does it actually work, though? Like, all this shit you're talking about, does it actually work? It's a great question. I'm going to leave you on this before our next break right here. Give me back wall. This right here. There we go. This right here is Jeremy Gillette. And inside of here, I'm going to show you a couple things. We call these baseball cards. This is a person who sat on this training just like you, okay? His name's Jeremy from Naples, Florida. He started working with us December 23rd, right there. He has opened 4 tax-free accounts, and he's moved a total of $617,000. So this is a person that was in business like you, did not know any of this shit I'm telling you right now, and said, oh my God, I need to do with it. This is the piece I've been missing. This is Jeremy, December 23, 4 tax-free accounts open, $617,000 moved inside of it. But look, it's not just Jeremy. There's big businesses and there's small businesses. There's single moms. This is Isabella, 110,000 moved, 3 accounts, April 23, Florida. This is Kim, single mom right here, single mom, 1 account open, $20,000, October 2023, out of San Diego. So whether you're a single mom or you're a high-level business owner, doesn't matter to me. As many as you want to see. I don't have 3. Here's 12 of them. I don't have 12 of people that I've showed how this works. I have as many as you freaking want to see. Here's an entire wall. I have helped more entrepreneurs, just like you, create real wealth structure in your life than anybody else out there. Since we have started me doing this right here, we've opened up more tax-free accounts open in the history of tax-free accounts in the last 3 years with entrepreneurs just like you. Just like you. I can show you one. I can show you thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people who went and did this after I show you how to do it. You can do the same thing. You say, do I got to have millions of dollars? No. Can I help you if you have millions? Sure. But can I help you if you only have, you're a single mom and you have an Etsy business? Yeah, I can help you. And can I help you if you're doing $300,000 a year? Yes. But Drew, can I use these strategies if I'm a W-2 and I'm just starting my business? 100%. You're actually probably the best because you don't have to go back and redo anything. But what if I'm doing 2 million? No problem. What if I'm doing 5 million? Okay. 50 million? Okay. I've done it. I've built it. I've helped them. 500 million? Yep. Done it. Built it. Helped other people do it. Anywhere in between there. $500 million business to starting off a business and anywhere in between there. Once you understand the game is the game. It all works the same way. The game is played out from a single mom starting a business on Etsy all the way to a business doing $500 million a year. It's the same. And I have proof of literally thousands upon thousands. Here's your high net worth clients. This is Will from Denver. Andrew saved us $400,000 in taxes per year. Create, deduct, but keep it. Keep what? Keep the $400,000. So he was paying $400,000 a year in taxes. Structure, so we can deduct it, so that he can keep the $400,000. Now that he has the $400,000, he can multiply it tax-free. You will do the math on $400,000 for the next 20 years times 10% a year compounded interest. Wild. This is a doctor out of Houston. $3 million tax bill. After one structure with Andrew, that bill is now at $0, and my new structure generates tax-free money. Dude, as many as you want to see. I can break them down for you and show them to you. High net worth to start off company. Instead of structure, I want you to look at this. One of the coolest interviews I ever did was with Mark Cuban. And when I interviewed Mark Cuban live on stage, when I interviewed him, one of the best pieces of advice you'll ever get was from Mark. And he said, stop taking financial advice from broke people. That's it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, when he first said that, people think, well, yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm not going to take financial advice from someone who's broke, who's homeless. Mark wasn't saying that. Think about perspective here. Perspective. Here's a billionaire talking to people that are millionaires and trying to become millionaires. And what he said was, stop taking advice from broke people. Okay, who was he referring to? The homeless person? No, because that's not advice. Why? In what world would you pull your car over, get out and talk to a homeless person about financial advice and take it? You wouldn't. So who was he talking about? He was talking about the contributors who have surrounded themselves with financially broke people, but are telling you how to go do shit. But they're financially broke. At some point, you got to stop, take a step back and think, wait a second. If all these people around me that are telling me how to do my money shit knew how to do money, they knew how to create wealth, they would be wealthy. We get stuck by taking advice from financially broke people telling us how to become wealthy. And what Mark was saying here is, if you want to become wealthy, you got to start taking advice from wealthy people who actually have it. Not theoretically have it, not kind of, not in, they read it in a book to have it, not I went to some college classes and now I know how to do it. No, just real life money shit. Real life financial stuff. Inside of here, as we go through here and we look at these 4 quadrants right here, look at these 4 quadrants. I want you to think about it as this. Okay, here's how I'm going to teach it to you. We look at money, okay, from a high level. Look at money right here. Money is, I want you to understand this. Money is directly a byproduct of your, what I call FIG, financial IQ. So watch this right here. Everybody in this call, myself included, has a financial IQ. That's a fact. We all have a financial IQ. Money right here is a byproduct of this number. I'm going to say it again to you. You have a financial IQ. This number is up and down. Money is nothing more than a byproduct of your financial IQ. That's it. Not someone else's financial IQ. You cannot attach your money and wealth to someone else's financial IQ. You can't delegate that shit. So your financial IQ, a byproduct of that financial IQ, is money. So the higher that financial IQ number goes up, the higher your money goes up. The lower the financial IQ, the lower the money. It's very simple. It's a simple process to understand. Higher the financial IQ, higher the money. Lower the financial IQ, lower the money. So what we've got to understand is, how do you, just like you did in business, how do you increase your business IQ? How do you increase your financial IQ? It's the same thing in life if you're married right now. I recently got married. When you're married, if you want to be a good partner, you're going to have to increase your relationship IQ. You can't just keep doing stuff the same way you did when you were single, thinking, well, this is how I've always done it, so I'll just do it this way. We got to increase our financial IQ. As we increase the financial IQ, just understand, financial IQ equals money. The higher this number is right here, a byproduct of that is this. You say, I don't have a lot of money right now. Okay? It's not a work ethic problem you have. It's not a laziness problem you have, a character problem, an idea problem. It's an IQ problem. It's a financial IQ problem. Because the higher, you'll never find someone that has a high financial IQ and then broke. It doesn't work that way. High financial IQ, high money follows behind it. I'm going to teach you this process through a simple thing to understand financial IQ. I'm going to walk you through a process that I call Hotel FIG. I'm going to teach it as a hotel to you so you can understand it for the next 2 days. Something like this right here. And in this hotel called Hotel FIG, or Financial IQ Hotel, inside of it, there's an elevator. And this elevator comes down to the lobby floor right here. You ever been to a hotel before? And in the hotel, they have in the elevator, they have a key card you have to hit. You got to hit the key card and push the button in before you can get to a floor. You can't just go to any floor you want to. You got to have a key card to get into that elevator. And if your key card doesn't go to that floor, you can't go to that floor. You might be at the hotel, you might be staying there, but you can't go to all the floors. That's how financial IQ is. Your financial IQ only goes to a certain floor. Everybody's does. Your CPA, my tax attorneys, they go to a certain floor. And at that floor is where it stops at for you with your financial IQ. So it's just like saying just at a hotel, you're going to get a key card. Today, tomorrow, I'm going to give you a hotel key card for financial IQ. And I'm going to take you with my financial IQ key card. And we're going to go inside the elevator. And we go in the elevator, we go to any floor you want to. There's 20 floors total. We'll go in the elevator, floor by floor by floor. And sometimes we'll go up and down to different floors. And now we're on floor 1. In floor 1, I'm going to teach you what financial IQ looks like in floor 1. And then we'll go to floor 2. And then sometimes I'll jump to floor 16 to come back down, to set something up, to then go back up again. I'm going to go floor by floor. And every floor we go up, your financial IQ is going to keep going higher and keep going higher. As that higher financial IQ rises over the next 2 days, money is a byproduct of it. I personally guarantee it. On this next break, I'm going to go to break right now. On this break, when I come back, I'm going to show you floor 1, financial IQ. And I'm going to show you right now how to make money right now in taxes this year for all year, for every year to come. I'm going to show you how to do it. I make about $30,000 a year, tax-free this way, and deducted. I'm going to show you how you can do the exact same thing. There's certain things that you should do every year, no matter what, when you're in business, before you ever take any money yourself, before you take any distributions, before you pay yourself. Do these 4 things first. If you do these 4 things right here, I can get you somewhere between $70,000 and $150,000 paid to yourself, tax-free. It's paid to you, tax-free, and your company can deduct it. So you created it, right? We're going to deduct it, say 75 grand a year to you for pay, tax-free. Now you can multiply that money, but your company gets to deduct it. We're going to learn how the wealthy really play the game. All right, we're going to go on a break right now. I'm going to go on a 15-minute break. When I come back, I'm going to start on floor 1. We're going to keep climbing this elevator up the road. I look forward to working with you guys. I'm going to show you how this whole game is played out so you can structure out your entire life. Be back 15 minutes. Be back in 15 minutes, and we'll start going up Hotel Fig elevator. All right, see you guys back 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Biggest thing for me was I'm an accountant and a tax strategist actually, and he was talking about things that I had never heard of. So I wanted to be a part of the creator system as opposed to the contributor system. So I mean, for me, I knew that there was a system out there that the billionaires followed, and I wanted to know what that was. I was not creating passive income, right? I was making money and trying to make more and more money constantly so that I could pay off more things. And my husband likes to spend money, so I felt like every time I would make money, he would then buy something else, and then I would have to pay it off. So I felt like I was in this vicious cycle. And so now that we are creating passive income, it's totally different, right? I want to start creating money that then puts into passive income activities that then we can create that passive income and use that to fund our entire lifestyle. I'm super excited about what we can do for our children and for our grandchildren and the generational wealth that we can provide just by what we're currently making already today. As far as the biggest thing is, Andrew, saving us in taxes this year, the rep status is going to probably save us $500,000 a year, if not more than that. So I'm super excited about that. The thing that Andrew taught us was the ROB structure. So we actually have built out a company inside of our ROB structure, and we expect that we will make about $4 million a year off of that after expenses. So we'll pay the 21% on it. I'm going to leave that money inside that ROBS and continue to allow that to grow inside of the hedge fund. So it's exponential. I would feel like over the course of the next 20 years is probably going to be close to $1 billion. Nobody's ever going to tell you this information. Like, you're not going to learn this in college. You're not going to learn this from your accountant. And your accountant may even tell you that it's not even real because they don't even have that knowledge. But I'm here to tell you I've been an accountant for the last 25 years. what I've learned over the last 7 months is going to set our family financially free. And although we were on that path, it would have taken us a lot longer, and we would have it would have been a lot harder for us to do. Whereas now the skills and the tools are in place and the people are in place in order to bring us all together. I feel like I'm going to, one, make a lot more money. I'm going to, I condensed time, because I would have had to find all this information in, multiple different facets, and then trust the people that I was doing it with. And then three, I found a group of people that I want to be with for life. It's like my tribe. So I'm super excited and super happy to be a part of the movement called Aspire, and thankful to be a private client.
I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. You got those pretty eyes in your head. You know it. You got me dancing in my best to let me show it. You are exactly what I want. Kinda cool and kinda not. Wanna give myself to you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you. With you. I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes. I got my head out the sunroof.
I'm gonna fire my accountant. Like as soon as we go home, this will be our last tax return with him. It's so bad. So I'm Cliff. I live in the Houston area. I sold my business for a good amount of money, and if I would have done what my accountant told me to do, I could have lost almost 7 figures. Having the ramifications of the taxes that would have been in place if I hadn't gone one way or the other, and then additionally, like being able to put a plan together for my future and my family's future. I think what I was expecting from Andrew today was to understand how our taxes were going to be. And so when we really got into the specifics, the money I was losing in my taxes, just because we weren't taking advantage of all of the opportunities. I think that was the biggest, like I had no idea, and it's going to save us hundreds of thousands of dollars down the line. That was the most impressive thing, and I was absolutely shocked. I think the most thankful thing I have through this process is just having the leadership and experience of two of the most talented business guys that I've ever met. Being able to ask a question and really have them flesh out those answers and kind of guide me and educate me along the process, I think it's fantastic.
Zach and Gina Whitley out of Houston, Texas, and we're involved in shipping. Whenever you're involved in your business, you hope you're doing it right, you think you're doing it right, and then you sit down and listen to Andrew and you realize I've been going about it wrong the entire time. I think it was important to both of us that we have something that we can hand down.
Like we're spending so much money, and we have no money. It resignated.
Andrew saved us $300,000+ in taxes this year and every year going forward. And it wasn't just saving, it was showing us how to get money back.
How to multiply.
And we will get money back this year.
I think we're feeling relief.
Yeah, I definitely feel relieved. We've got a plan, a path, direction, goals set out. We know exactly where to go. And not only that, but it's not a one-year thing. This is consistent. This is forever. It's lifelong, and it's not just for us. Lifelong. It's going to be, the structure remains, and that's something that you pass down to your kids. They'll be able to pass down to their kids.
Thankful that he took the time to help us. Truly life-changing and a relief for sure.
Show me Take it slow, but it's not typical. He already knows that my love is fire. His heart was a stone, but then his hands were on. I turned him to gold and it took him higher. But I'll be a daydream, I'll be your favorite things. We could be beautiful, get drunk on the good life. I'll take you to paradise. Say you'll never let me go. Deep in my bones, I can feel you. Take me back to a time only we knew how to wait. We could waste a night with an old film, smoke a little weed on the couch in the back room. How to wait. Say you'll never let me go. 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 Deep in my bones, I can feel you. Take me back to a time only we knew how to wait. We could waste a night with an old film, smoke a little weed on the couch in the back room. How to wait. Say you'll never let me go. Say you'll never let me go.
All right, guys, welcome back. We are live in Hotel Fig right now, and I hope that first session you understand what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to understand, big picture, is look, there's two teams in the game of money, and there's contributors and there's creators, and those rules are completely opposite of each other. So if you want to create wealth and long-lasting wealth, we got to play the game how a creator plays the game. We have to play it how a wealthy person structures it inside of it. I'm going to use Hotel Fig here as a way for us to increase our financial IQ. So it's a little bit easier to understand and follow along with as we go through here. To understand at high level, everybody. You say, Drew, I'm doing, I'm a W-2 only and starting my business. All right, you got 4 quadrants. Drew, I'm doing $50 million a year. All right, you got 4 quadrants. Now understand, inside of those quadrants, for the person doing $50 million a year, there'll be more features inside of the quadrant. But everybody's going to have 4 quadrants. So if you're a W-2 just starting your business, all 4 quadrants. If you're $50 million a year, $500 million a year, all 4 quadrants. That doesn't matter. What's going to take place is as you grow, more things inside of each of those quadrants you'll begin to add along the way, such as the things we're about to cover right now inside of here, okay? So here we go. This is Hotel Fig. We're going to go up the elevator, floor number 1. Floor number 1 inside of Hotel Fig. I'm going to show you strategies that you can do that you should use first in your business to make sure that you get free money while deducting it, but you get free money through that process inside of it, okay? Here we go. For number one, the easiest thing for the love of God that you should do is hire your kids. Now, I'm going to give you several reasons why, and I'm going to teach this to you so you can know how to do it. I want you to know how to do it. Because remember, IRS AI technology is already here, and it's coming your way, which means all the fake deductions that we've taken in the past have got to stop. We're going to need real, follow the law tax deductions that we can use. That's what we need as we move forward. Okay, so I'm going to give you reasons, 3 reasons why you should hire your kids. Number 1, it's a tax deduction. Number 2, it's tax-free to them. Number 3, you will create long-term generational wealth if you do this. So there is zero process that you could say that it would not be worth it for your company to hire your children. It doesn't exist. If you want to create better, keep more of your money, give tax-free money to your children, and forever change their long-term generational wealth, do this first right here, and you'll start the process. I'm going to show you how so you can understand it. Number 1, we're inside of the personal box here, okay? So remember, the personal box on this side over here, on our personal side, I don't mean when I say personal that there's no business inside of here. Our main box, if I go back and see a slide here, no. Our main box, which is our business box, which is this one right here, this will be our main operating business that we're going to do everything out of. However, on my personal side, if you notice, there's a couple different LLCs here that I have because I'm going to use these different LLCs to accomplish the thing that I want to accomplish to maximize the money that I make and the deductions that I get. So in this one of the things that I would tell you, it is super important for you to have what I refer to as a LLC family management business, okay? So have a family management business inside of your personal side. This would be a structure piece that you would set up, okay? So it's an LLC family management business that you're going to set up to hire your kids out of. So if you have a S Corp right now, I wouldn't hire my kids out of my S Corp because you're still going to trigger some taxes on your side. What I would have, look, right here, S Corp. So I have an LLC S Corp right here. And I also have a family management company right here. My family management company will have a contract, let's say, with my S Corp business over here. And my S Corp is going to hire my family management company to do certain services for this S Corp. And my children work for the family management company on this side over here. So my children are out of this LLC right here, taxed as a sole proprietorship. This is a sole proprietorship. This is an S Corp. The reason is for tax purposes. If I pay my children out of my S Corp, I got to still pay taxes out of that on my side. If I pay my children out of my LLC family management as a tax as a sole proprietor, I don't have to pay taxes on that side, okay? So here's some of the pieces you need to understand. Number 1, the biggest thing I want you to understand with taxes is simple. Follow the law. Follow the tax law. That's all you got to do. So when I really talk about game rules, a lot of what I'm talking about is just the tax law, okay? So inside of, this is also why it's very important that you learn this stuff now, because there's what you can call green, like stuff that's in the taxes that is green, you can do this. Red, which is do not do this. And gray, which is like, you can maybe get away with it. The gray is going to go away because of AI with IRS. So for you to continue to win this game, you need to start shifting now and make sure that everything you're doing is attached to tax laws, that you're following the tax laws. There's nothing that I'm ever going to teach from educational purposes for you that is not simply about you following the law. I don't play the game in the gray, bro. It's not where you're going to make money at. It's not how you're going to win at the game. That's all stuff that you think is how it works, but it's not. Remember this. The rules of money, IRS tax laws, the rules of money are created by the wealthy, for the wealthy, passed in Congress by the wealthy. Make sense? So wealthy people created the laws for wealthy people, passed in Congress by wealthy people. So all me and you have to do is, as a contributor, born as a contributor, okay, we didn't know that stuff when we were born. Our parents didn't know it. But wealthy people built this stuff out so that they could use it to their advantages. It's just never taught to anybody on the other side. But over here is common knowledge. Like, It's sunny outside today. I hired my kids. Like, it's the same sentence. It goes hand in hand. So what we have to do is we don't have to reinvent shit. We don't have to go build it ourselves. All we have to do is understand that top 1%, they lobby to get shit passed. They have firms that they have 2-day conferences like this, but live. I have a buddy at one of them right now, speaking at one of them right now. At those, they're called family office events. At those family office events, they will donate money, wealthy families, to lobby firms to help push certain pieces through legislation. So just understand, I didn't create any of this, man. I didn't create any of this. All I understood is once I figured it out, it's like, oh, here's what the wealthy are doing. Oh, you bastards, you help lobby this shit to get it passed. So that's how you're making all the money. Correct. So the rules of the wealthy were created by the wealthy, for the wealthy, passed in Congress by the wealthy. What me and you got to do is just understand them. That's it. We got to understand them. So back up a little bit. This right here is the actual tax code for what we're about to do right here. This will be the tax code inside of it. We talk about hire your children. I want you to write a couple things down. When I say hire your children, it's 17 and under. Okay, so they have to be, to maximize it. You can hire your children above 17, but it's not going to get the most amount of benefit. The most amount of benefit, and when you play this game in the 4 quadrants, how the wealthy play it, what they're doing is they're maximizing every last thing there is. They're maximizing. It's like turning over the rock and saying, how's the best way I could utilize this thing right here to its maximum potential? All right, I'm going to do that. And then this and this and this and this and this and this is what they're doing, okay? So to keep it simple, 17 and under, you can hire your children to work for your business. Understand, your child could work for any business, not even yours. If they're under the age of 17, there's a certain amount of money they can make per year and not get taxed on, okay? That's tax law. What creators have done is said, oh, so my kids could work for a company somewhere as long as they're under the age of 17, and they could get the first $15,500 deduction for them per child per year, and my kid wouldn't have to pay taxes on this $15,500. That's correct. So any kid that's under the age of 17 that works for any business anywhere, forget yours, anywhere, as long as that kid makes under $15,500 per year, that kid who's under 17 does not have to pay taxes on that $15,500. So for your kid, the money, $15,500 up to, is tax-free. There's no taxes paid that the kid has to pay, even if they're not working for your company. So wealthy people just said, oh, well, I'll just hire my kid myself. So instead of someone else hiring my kid, I will hire my child. Can I do that? Yeah, no problem. So your kid is hired by your company. What company? In my opinion, this should be your family management company, taxed as a sole proprietor, so that now you don't have to pay taxes. So in phase 1, what we're dealing with is, to maximize it, kids under the age of 17 or under can make $15,500 per year tax-free. Now comes in your business side. For your business to pay them and not pay taxes, it needs to come from an LLC, family management company, taxed as a sole proprietor. If you'll do that, now you get out of the FICA and employment tax that you have to pay. If you put that inside of the S Corp, you'll still have to pay that side, your portion of the taxes, you still have to pay. So instead, we'll have a family management company, and we're going to use it for other stuff too, not just this. We're going to use it for other things. But we're going to build this family management company, and we're going to use this to pay our child or children. So if you have three children, you can pay each child up to $15,500 per year. You can pay them out of that family management LLC company and not pay taxes on it. A couple of things I want you to know. They need a real job, okay? So this isn't a fake concept. It needs to be some sort of real job that they have. Now, your question might be, well, Drew, what can my kids do? They're 6 years old. What could they really do in my business? Okay. You're going to need to start thinking more and more like a creator and less like a contributor, first of all. So your child is 6, let's say. Do you want your child to, do you have chores at the house that your child does? Or do you let your child just take out their toys and put them away and never put them away and throw them wherever they want to throw them? Like, are you trying to teach your children about basic concepts of life as a child at 6 at home? Okay, think about that same concept at work. So if you want your child to, in this example right here, go take a cleaner bottle and wipe down desk and wipe down where you work at, the kitchen table. If you have a company car that your business has, and you want your kid to every day go empty out the car and put away all the trash out of the company car. Okay, you can think of stuff that your kid can do at 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old. The older they get, obviously, the easier it's going to be for them to do stuff. But again, your child can do real jobs at the office. You say, well, what if I don't have an office and I work from home? Perfect. Use your children, hire your children to work from home with you. That's where your office is, which you better be deducting anyways in an accountable plan. If you don't have an accountable plan, we're going to set one of those up. My God, help me, Jesus, get through this today. You're going to have to set up an accountable plan because that's going to be free tax money for you, okay? But hire your kids to help clean, help put stuff away. If you go to the if you're shipping stuff and you take them to the post office and you make them help carry the stuff in. If you're going shopping for office supplies, take them with you on buying the office supplies. Look, you can they can load the car for you. They can put stuff in the car. You can think of stuff that they can do as like an assistant style for you. And again, you're not trying to work them to make 50 grand a year. They can make 15 grand, 500 or less. And that number goes up a little bit each year normally. In 2026, it may go up to 16 grand or so, but right now it's 15,500. 2027 it might go up. 2028 it might go up. You just got to keep your eye on it. But right now it's like $15,500 per year that your child can make tax free. Okay, so number one, they have to have a real job inside of it, and I'm gonna show you the generational wealth side. One more thing on the real job I want you to say. An important thing when you maximize all the tax benefits that are out there for you is this little word that I'm going to talk a lot about called document it. Document it. Keep track of it. Document it, okay? So when I say hire your child, I want you to think about it differently than maybe how you're thinking about it now, where you just hire them and pay them. I want you to think about it more from a standpoint of if you were to hire someone else's kid, or anybody else for that matter, I don't care. But if you're coming to us to hire someone, wouldn't you have some sort of paperwork when you hired someone? I want you to think about this. Wouldn't you have some sort of documentation that you hired this person, their start date was this date, their responsibilities were ABC right here, they signed it, you signed it, how much you were going to pay them, what their hourly wage was, or whatever it was. Wouldn't you have some sort of documentation? If you were to hire me as an employee for you, wouldn't you have something in writing for us? Or do you not have any writing for anybody at all? So where you would get in, I'm going to say, if you ever got audited, where the IRS would say this is bullshit, is if they asked you for the paperwork and you didn't have any paperwork. If they ask you for like, hey, what are the responsibilities of this? Because they're not going to say what's the responsibilities of this child that you're hired. They're going to say what's the responsibilities of this employee that you hired. And when you have nothing to give them, it makes it look like all you did was deduct paying your child. Okay. So make sure when you play this game, you hire your child, you give them a real job, you have paperwork. It can be a one-page agreement, like an employer-employee agreement that you type up. That like I have one with me and baby Georgia that has here's what I want you to do, here's what we're gonna do, etc. Inside of it. Okay, so you have a employer-employee agreement of what it does, how much they get paid, why they get paid, the responsibilities, their start date, etc. It's that simple. I hire my nephew Carter on the farm that we work at, and I have an employee agreement with Carter on it. He's 7 years old. So at the farm, at the family management company, I hire him, I pay him the money that he makes, and there's responsibilities that he has to go do at our farm. It's the same thing inside your business, okay? So I hire my daughter, I hire my nephew, and I pay both of them out of that family management company that hires them so that I don't have to pay any taxes on my side, and they don't have to pay taxes on their side. So what did I just do? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this way. Do you spend, if you have children right now, how many in the chat bar, how many of you have children right now? Tell me, give me a number. How many children you have? How many children you have? Give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many children you guys have in the chat bar there? And whatever amount of children you have, okay? There they come. I want you to ask yourself a question. Do you spend money on them right now throughout the year on your children? for school, for vacation, for food, for clothes? Do you spend money on your children right now, throughout the year? All right. So if that answer is yes, which it will be, the answer is yes, okay? Well, but that's not a deduction. That makes sense? So just because you pay for your kids' clothes out of your company debit card does not mean it's a true deduction. If you get audited, it's all going to come out. That's not a real deduction, okay? Here's how you can do it as a real deduction, though. I'm not asking you, you say, like, part of your brain could say, well, my business, I have $15,000 right now. I don't have any money in my business. Whatever money I have, I spend it all. My point to you is, do you spend money on your children throughout the year? Okay, perfect. So you already have this money. I'm not asking you to go get more money. I'm asking you to deduct this money so that you can use it tax-free. So hear me out. Let's say your business is right here and it has $15,000 inside of it. Okay, and then you hire your child, and let's just say you pay them $15,000 for the year. Okay, when your child has this money and they don't pay taxes on it, so they put it in their checking account. They're 7 years old. Okay, and they put it in their checking account. If you want to use that money to buy your children's school clothes, no problem, you can. If you want to use that money to buy groceries, no problem, you can. If you want to use that money to go on vacation, no problem. You can do that. So once the money gets, you deduct it from your business. Now your business does not owe taxes on this $15,000. You got 3 kids. You just deducted $45,000 from your business. It went to your 3 kids, and then your 3 kids now, they'll take that money, and you can use that money to pay for the stuff that you're already paying for. So it's not an extra $45,000. You're already paying for this stuff for your kids. This is how you simply deduct $45,000 from your business, keep $45,000, and then use it, but not have to pay taxes on the $45,000. It is literally free money to you for your family to use. So every kid you have until they're at least 17, 18 years old, you should pay them to work for you up to $15,000 a year, 15,500 or 16 as it goes up. You should pay them, and then if you go on vacation, no problem. Your kids' accounts need to pay for $3,000. They all got to chip in $3,000 to pay to go on vacation. No problem. You were going to pay that money anyways when you go on vacation, and you were going to try to write off your business, which isn't a business tax deduction anyways. Now it is, because what you do with the $15,000 once it's in your child's account is the IRS doesn't care about. That's between you and them. If you use that $15,000 with them, if you leave in the account, that's between you and your kid. All they want to make sure is if you hired them, did they have a real job? Did you pay them the right amount of money? They now have that money, so your business gets to deduct it. Now, once they have the money, what you and your child do, that's your business, not the IRS's business, if that makes sense to you. Just like once I get my paycheck, and my paycheck is over here, and I paid my taxes on my W-2 paycheck, I can do, if I want to buy a boat, I can buy a boat. If I want to go on vacation, I go on vacation. The IRS doesn't care what I do with my money once it's taxed. It's the same thing in this process here. So you hire your child up to $15,000, $500 per year. If you have 3 kids, that's $45,000 a year. I spend $30,000 a year, give or take, on my 2. One's my nephew, one's my child per year. Now, understand here, we're going to create generational wealth. So number 1, we deducted $15,000 or $45,000 from your business that you don't pay taxes on right now. We put $45,000 in your 3 kids' accounts. We then use that money to pay for stuff that you're already paying for anyways. Now it's just tax-free income on that side, okay? But what I would do if I was you is I would take that $15,000. I would open up a Roth account, okay? So I'd open up a Roth account for baby Georgia, which I did. Okay, so here's my baby girl, baby Georgia. I would open up a Roth account for your child. So if you have 3 kids, you'd have 3 accounts in their names. You're their custodian, guardian of those accounts. That $15,000 that you paid them, I would take $7,000 and put that inside their Roth, okay? Take that money and just put it, for all practical purposes right now, you can just put it in an index fund, okay? Just put it in a S&P index fund if you want to, okay? And I put mine somewhere else. But for right now, for the argument of this, so you can say, well, I don't have access to this or that, no problem. Everybody has access to the S&P. Put it in the index fund, You don't need a money manager. You don't need to put it in a Charles Schwab. You just straight index fund. You can put it in, okay? You open up a Roth. You put 15 grand. You put $7,000 in their account, Roth account, and then you invest that $7,000, okay? I want you to understand generational wealth, okay? Here's baby Georgia. She can retire with $6 million, $6 million, 100% tax-free at $7,000 a year. So when you sit here and you talk about that you want to create generational wealth for your family, and then you don't do this, it's like saying, I want to go to the Grand Canyon, but I went to New York instead. So I want you to think about this. How much money would you have to make in your business to give each of your children $6 million, 100% tax-free? How much does your business have to produce for you to give each of your children $6 million tax-free? You see, what happens with the game of money is we misunderstand how it actually is going to work for us. Remember, nothing works harder than money if you let it work, okay? You nor me can outwork money. Money can work the hardest. That's why it's the multiply side. You got to create it, you got to keep it, deduct it, keep it, and then multiply it. Now watch, did I deduct this $7,000 a year for my business? I did, I deducted it. Did I keep the $7,000? I kept the $7,000. It's in the family's money, okay? So the family's account. So I deducted it, I kept it, now I'm gonna multiply it. This is how you create wealth, okay? So when I take this $7,000, I'm gonna put it inside of a Roth. That's tax-free. I'll invest it just in a regular fund. This is a retirement calculator that I built right here, so you can see how this works. So here's a retirement calculator. I'm gonna take her current age 1, okay? Age 1. I'm gonna calculate when she wants to retire. And I'm gonna put 60 years old here because you can retire at the age of 59 and a half with these Roth accounts. So I'm gonna just put 60 there for retirement. So she's 1 year old. I hired her, and I'm gonna let it go until she's 60 years old, okay? And then current retirement savings was $7,000. So I put in, because I paid her, I paid her, so I put the $7,000 inside of here, okay? When I put the $7,000 in, I then put yearly contributions of $7,000 in, okay? So I started year 1 when I hired her. I put $7,000 in. I then, every year, kept hiring her, deducting the money, tax-free, deducting the money, tax-free, and put in $7,000 a year for my baby girl, okay? I'll do it at an annual rate of return of 7%. So if you take the average return over the last 10 years, in the 401k, it's at 7%. Okay, so I don't invest in the 401k. Spoiler alert, I don't invest in it. But I'm going to use that as the example here because everybody can go do that piece of it, okay? So you can't argue and say, well, I don't have access to this or this. This is just the average rate of return over the last 10 years for a 401k has been 7%. I'm going to take the $7,000 that I pay her, that I deducted, didn't pay taxes on it, tax-free to her. I'm going to put the $7,000 in a Roth from age 1 to 60 at 7%, which anybody can do. It's the basic 401k, right? I'll calculate that out. If I calculate that out, her retirement when she goes to retire will be $6,470,000. 100% tax-free. Now, listen, you deducted the money, so you don't pay taxes on it. Your family got the money, which is what you said that you want to do. You want to create wealth, generational wealth. Your family got the money. They got it tax-free because they were under age 17. You then took a portion of that money and you put it in a Roth account. You take that Roth account and put it in a basic 401k type of mutual fund, which pays out the last 10 years 7%. We let it ride. While you deducted it and didn't pay taxes, your family got it tax-free, and then you took a portion of it, and your daughter, my daughter, could retire with $6.4 million from age 1. Okay, now what do you think about this? How much does your business have to make for you to give $6.4 million tax-free to your children? Well, you got 3 children, so you got to come up with $20 million tax-free you got to come up with your business. Or I'll give you another option. Deduct $7,000 a year from your business because you hired your children. Take that $7,000 a year, put it in a Roth for them, let it ride. In a basic mutual fund, 7%, basic mutual fund. It equal $6.4 million. Now, let me ask you a question. If you were sitting here today on this call and your parents did this, and you knew that your entire life, as you got older, your parents explained it to you, and when you went to go get a job, when you went to get your first job, career, let's say, you're in your 30s or whatever, and you went to go get you graduated college, 25, you go get your first job. Your mom and dad came to you and say, listen, when you get over there and they hire you, you do not have to put money inside of a 401k. They're going to ask you, do you want to? You don't have to. Mom and dad, when you were born, set up a retirement for you when you were born. And all your life, it's been working for you and will continue to work for you. So you can take that money that you were going to try to stuff away, and you can keep it yearly now and spend it on your life. So you're giving your kids not just money when they retire. You're giving your kids money for every year. You are taking the stress that me and you have to bear, which is how do I make enough money to retire? My daughter will never ask that question. She'll never have to ask. She'll never have to answer it. She'll never have to know the stress that I carry, that you had to carry, because our parents didn't do that shit. And what I'm trying to tell you is, deduct it. You don't even pay taxes on it. They don't pay taxes on it. It's tax deductible, it's tax-free, it's tax-free growth and multiplication. And every scenario, you win. There's not a reason that you can sit here and try to break it down for me of why that would not be a good decision if you're trying to create generational wealth with your family. Now, if I go a step further, go back screen here. And if I go a step further, instead of doing 401k, let's say that instead I did the S&P 500. So down here, S&P 500. So instead of 7%, which is just a basic mutual fund, instead managed by somebody else, you just put it in a VOO fund, straight open in the Roth. You just put an S&P 500 instead, okay? S&P 500 over those same last 10 years averaged out at 11%. 11%, okay? What does it look like if baby Georgia makes 11%? Same investment. Age 1, 60-year retire, $7,000. I paid her, deducted it, no taxes, put $7,000 a year in, and then gave her an annual rate of return by putting it in S&P and walked away from it. Let's calculate that one out. Okay, now my daughter retires with $40 million. Now, we can stop all the chatter, all the bullshit we hear in life. When you say you want to create generational wealth, that's it. Start with that one. Why? It's tax deductible for your business. It's tax free to your children. They don't pay taxes on it. You take a portion of that $15,000, put it in a Roth for them, put that money into the S&P 500, and let it ride. And they would retire with $40 million. Now, let me ask you another question. How much does your business that you're building, because what we think is we got to create it, all this money in our business, and the business is what's going to make our family wealthy. And what I'm telling you, not true. What makes families wealthy is money. Money, okay? Why? Because money can work hard. In this example, all we did was get $7,000 a year to work for us. So when my daughter retires now, she'll retire, if the S&P stays at 11%, which it has for all these decades, if it stays right there, she'd retire with $40 million, 100% tax-free. So now tell me, how much would your business have to produce and make for your 3 children to retire with $40 million apiece? That means that your business has to make $120 million liquid cash, tax-free. Do you have some idea your business is going to make that means you'd have to pay taxes on it, mind you, because it'd have to be profit. This is all tax-free. So in your scenario, you'd have to pay taxes on it first, to be clear with you. Your business would have to make $200 plus $1 million. You'd have to pay taxes and all that money, so your children could each make $40 million in their retirement at age 60, and they'd still be paying taxes on it. In this scenario, my business didn't have to make $40 million per kid. My business had to make $7,000 per kid. Now, can you create $7,000 a year for your child? Let me help you out. You're already doing it. You already spend that. You're deducting it on the wrong stuff. What I want you to do is learn how to create it, keep it, not pay taxes on it, multiply it. That's multiply. Full screen, Jordan. This is multiply. $40 million. $7,000 a year from the time my daughter's 1 to the time she's retires at 60. That's what it looks like. Or I got to go build some business that can make $70 to $80 million in cash, pay taxes and all that to get it down to 40 million post-tax, give her 40 million, and then she'd have to pay taxes and all that money. Or $7,000 a year invested. I'll let you deduct it, not pay taxes on it. Does that make sense to you? So this is level 1, floor 1 of understanding money from a financial IQ standpoint. All we did is what in the big picture is called income shifting, is what that's called right there. So as we build out structures in the quadrants, the personal quadrant, the personal side, is about understanding how to maximize the best tax deductions that allow you to deduct it, but keep it. If we can keep it, we can multiply it. So if I can deduct it, well, I don't pay taxes on it, keep it, now multiply it, I can create generational wealth. If you can't get to that level, there's no generational wealth coming for you. What you're banking on is lightning in a bottle. You're banking on some business that you created becomes a $500 billion company and the family makes money. That's your bet. That's not a good bet I would take. That's not a bet I would even take on myself. I would not take that bet. What I can take a bet on is understanding that money is the real winner here. And the more I can understand it, the more I can make it work for me. So this is the game 1, floor 1 of understanding how wealth works for us in society. This is floor 1. If you want that calculator, okay, I built that calculator for my own self. And I want you to understand something before I keep going. Listen to me. There's not one thing that I'm going to show you in the next 2 days that I don't personally do. Make sense? I'm not going to talk to you about theoretical shit that I heard about somewhere that maybe someone else that's wealthy does it. You're looking at the guy that does it. Everything that I'm going to show you, I personally do. I personally do it. That's how I know it. I'm not a CPA that randomly thinks, like, I don't know, maybe this would work. No, I know it works because I do it. Everything that I show you today, tomorrow, I do. I own, I build. I hire my children. Why? It's free money. It's free money. Now, if you want to go a step further, depending on how wealthy you are, there's people in this call that are just getting started in business. There's people in this call worth a lot of money. If you're just getting started in business, pay your children the $7,000 and put that $7,000 in, deduct the $7,000. I would pay them $15,000 if I were you, because you're already spending that other $8,000 on them anyways. So it's not extra $15,000. It's an extra $7,000 if you put it in the Roth. But the extra $8,000 is just better deductions for you, and then turn around and take that $8,000 and do what you're going to buy anyways for them. Okay. If you have more money, when I put the $15,000 in for my daughter, I put $7,000 in the Roth for her. I put $8,000 in what's called a UTMA account, UTMA. And Steve, make a note for that one on that slide. UTMA, UTMA. So there's another child account that you can open. It's not as good, but it's a second account. It's called an UTMA account, UTMA account you can open. I take the other $8,000 and I basically put it in an UTMA account, which allows me to go invest that money, like in a fund that's out there that I can invest in, and I can manage that money for her till she's 25 years old, and then she gets that money at age 25 years old. It's called an UTMA account, UTMA. So there's basically, if I was teaching a whole session on the best accounts you open for a child, there's 7 total accounts that are the magic accounts for children that parents can open. There's 7 total. The first one would be a Roth through hiring your child. The second one you could open would be an UTMA account, UTMA, if you don't need that $8,000. If you need that $8,000, don't open an UTMA account and spend it on their clothes and their food and vacation and their activities they're doing. Spend it on that. Okay, but if you can afford it and you don't need that $8,000, you can do that out of your own other money. Take that $8,000 and put that into an UTMA account that exists right there, and then you can invest that until they're 25 years old, and then you can give it to them at 25 to like buy their house because you invested the $8,000 for those 25 years for them. Okay, all right. So this is an UTMA account. If you want my calculator, I built that calculator for myself because everything I do here, I actually do it. It's my real life, not theoretical stuff. If you want my calculator, on this training right here, I have a couple strategists on this training right here, okay? When you logged in this morning or whatever, you were assigned a strategist. If you reach out to your strategist, right now there's different team colors that are out there. If you'll text them, they will send you my own personal calculator. I'm going to give you guys stuff all weekend long. I'm going to give you guys stuff, okay? So if you want the free stuff, I'm going to give you forms, handouts, calculators, digital stuff. If you want any of that stuff, just text your strategist. Every time I give something away, text them, and then they'll text you that back so you can have it, okay? So if you want my compound interest calculator that I use for myself and my own family, make sure you find your team color. Text them right now. And my guys, put your team, your phone numbers in there if you need to. So make sure everybody has access to you. You text them all weekend long. I'm going to be giving you free stuff and you can have it. I want you to succeed inside of here. There's all kinds of different documents and things that I've created to help you. Let me back up. To help myself. Like, these are my own stuff that I personally use. I'm going to give them to you because I know they work. So this is the calculator. If you want it, text them, and they'll give you that calculator. And then all weekend long, they give more and more stuff away. Just every time, if you want it, text them and say, I want that too. And they'll give you that. I want this, text them. They'll give you that of all the stuff I give away. All right, this is level 1, easy stuff, okay? Easy stuff for wealth. Now, what we're going to do now, we're going to go up quite a bit in the hotel, Fig Hotel. Now we're at floor 16 with my good buddy, Alex Rodriguez here from the New York Yankees right here. We're going to go floor 16 and go to from floor 1 to floor 16. So on floor 16, we're going to learn about a concept called the Solo Roth. Now, Solo Roth is the foundational piece that we got to spend some time on so we can build a foundation to build your business, to structure it the best way humanly possible, all right? So sometimes as I teach this stuff, think about it as I'm what they refer to as a tax architect, okay? So like private clients that pay the $250, they fly in. I architect out everything humanly possible for them to go do inside of their business all the way till they pass away. I lay it out in like a blueprint architect plan, okay? Then there's the tax attorney side, and then the CPA side. So in order, it would go tax architect, tax attorney, tax CPA, okay? So inside of here, where they fly in, and I teach them all this different stuff. Most people where you're at right now don't need all the stuff that they're doing. Let me be clear. I'm not wanting you to ever in a million years pay $250,000 for a day with me. That's not my goal. My goal is that you pay very little of anything, and you get to do this right now. So I want you to understand something. This is where people get confused at. You're like, man, I wish I could have you do all my stuff for me for $250. You don't need to wish that. You should want to do that. So I'm going to teach you all the stuff that the $250 private client does, but the only difference is I'm just doing it for them because they're already a multi-million dollar business. They're selling their practice right now. They're selling their company right now. They're paying $1 million a year in taxes, and they need help. If you're not at that point right now, ignore that. You should never, ever pay that amount of money. They're doing that as a emergency. Like, it's like they're great because of how much money they've made, and they suck because of how much money they've made, so they got to go back and fix it now. For you, I want you to go along the whole way and be doing this little by little along the way, so you never, ever have to get to that point. That's an emergency valve that they're pulling because they built it. Now they're screwed. They're paying all these money in taxes. They've been paying it for years. They need help, okay? So when you look at it this way, I want you to think about it this way. Think about like a buffet, a financial IQ, maybe like a buffet at a restaurant. There's like the meat and potatoes. That's the core pieces that you need. It's the meat and the potatoes. And as a private client, when they come in, it starts with the meat and potatoes, the main thing first, okay? Once we have the meat and potatoes on your plate, then it's the buffet, okay? And you can go to the buffet and get a scoop or whatever you want of whatever that thing is that you like to eat, broccoli or mac and cheese or onion rings, whatever it is you want that the buffet has. In financial IQ world, it's just saying like, take hiring your children and that tax code. That tax code is like macaroni and cheese at the buffet. So financial IQ means that you can go to the buffet that's got 57 items on it. Your core meat and potatoes is set. It's on your plate. It's set. That's your structure, okay? Now you can go to the buffet, and any of those 57 items you pick up, you could pick it up and tell us all about it. You could tell me, other people, you could get on a stage and say, here's what this is. Here's how it works. Here's why you should do it. Here's why you should not do it. Here's why I'm not doing it right now. Here's why I'm not doing it. I'm going to do it when I get to here, though. I'm going to do this. I'm going to implement this right here. That is financial IQ. That's financial IQ. So financial IQ is being able to go to that financial buffet in your and pick up any piece of it and explain how it works, why it works, when you need it, when you shouldn't need it. And you know that because you can't delegate that shit. No one's going to help you create your own wealth. If they're going to create wealth, they're going to create it for themselves. Does that make sense? Okay, so the game is the game. There's not different games for everybody. There's one game, there's 4 quadrants, and we got to figure out the meat and potatoes, which is universal across the board. And then what's different is going to be what pieces of this buffet do you need right now? For example, if you don't have kids, you don't need how to hire your children. But you should want to know how it works in case you hire your children or you have children or you want to hire your nephew, okay? I hired my nephew before I hired my child, okay? So if we get into, let's say the next day we get into another strategy. Let's say another strategy is art, how art donations work. And you don't need, let's say in your life right now, to use an art donation strategy for taxes. That's okay. But you need to understand how to go to the buffet, look at this thing in the financial world called art donations, and understand how it works, why someone could use this, why someone wouldn't use this right now. When would you use this to benefit what you're doing in your own life? That's what you got to understand how to go do. So what I'm going to do first today, I gave you a free, like floor 1 macaroni and cheese piece of, call it hiring your kids, okay? Floor 1. That's just to show you, look, if you paid money, what you did to be here, I just showed you how you can make all your money back in year 1, and you can make that money for the rest of your life moving forward. Do those things right there, and you'll win, okay? Now let's get to the meat and potatoes. So inside the meat and potatoes, there's 2 main pieces we got to have. The solo Roth, which you're looking at on the screen, would be the potatoes. It's not the meat, but it's potatoes. But we have to have the potatoes to be able to get to the meat. So they're standalone, but these 2 things are going to work together. And we're going to build off of the potatoes to get to the steak. Do you know how, you ever go to a fancy restaurant, like a steakhouse? And I hate when they do this, but they do it there. You know how they'll take the potatoes and they'll put the potatoes on the bottom of the plate? And they'll put the steak on top of the potatoes sometimes? And then you have the potatoes and then the steak on top of it? Okay? That's what I'm referring to. We're going to start with the potatoes, which is the solo Roth. Then we're going to build on top of that, we're going to build the steak. Once we have those 2 pieces there, we can spend the rest of the time understanding in life how to increase our financial IQ and add stuff to this when you need to, okay? And if you'll do it that way, you'll never become a private client. You'll never become a private client. You don't need to become a private client because you built it right now. You built it over time. You built it, and as you needed it, you added stuff to it. Does that make sense? That's why we have a whole membership, because all it is business owners, 4,000 plus membership right now of people just like you that were in business or W-2 getting started, and they said, okay, I want to build this the right way. I don't want to ever have to pay $250,000 for a day for all this stuff built. So I want to build this now, but I'm going to build it over time as I need it. I'm going to build it over time. And in the membership, that's all they're doing. They're taking every last piece of how all the 4 quadrants work, and over time, they're building what they need to it when they need it. That's what's taking place, okay? Solo Roth, think about this as the potatoes. It's the foundation piece we're going to build on top of it, okay? So Solo Roth, most powerful tax-free account that exists in America is this account right here. It's the most powerful account that's out there, okay? Inside of here, the tax code is SEC-401, SEC-401. So I'm going to give you a tax code on everything. That way, if you're like, well, I don't know if it's true or not, well, go fucking read it yourself then, okay? Here's the code. Just go read it then. I can't make you. Go read it yourself. Go give it to your CPA. Tell your CPA to read it, okay? There's the code, SEC-401. These are the code we're going to use that allows us to do these things inside of what we got going on, okay? SEC-401 is for the solo Roth component side, okay? It's going to go inside of the retirement account. For me personally, okay, I look at my retirement account and I only have two. I have the solo, and I have a solo Roth, let's call it, and then I have a Roth. Let me see. What's up there? So in this structure, so in these quadrants right here, just so you guys know, I have 3 levels of quadrants. So this is like level 1. The higher you get with more money, it takes more structuring inside of each of these. So in level 3, which is the highest level, this thing right here has probably 10 more boxes inside of it. But most people don't need that right now. So you don't need to deal with it right now. You deal with that as you go and build it out. For someone like me, a lot of money, there's higher levels that we get into, but the quadrants are the same and how they operate are the same. You just build as you go. So inside of this right here, level 1, there's 2 main retirement accounts we're going to use. Solo Roth right here, and then Roth right here. So solo Roth, Roth. These are 2 different accounts, okay? Roth is personal, solo is for my business. So solo Roth is for my business, Roth is a personal account. The Roth will own assets right here. These are assets that it owns. Solo Roth owns all these different assets here. As you grow and get bigger and bigger, then you can open up more stuff inside of there. But they're gonna, whatever you open up will fit underneath the solo and the Roth. They're not gonna, it's not more accounts you're gonna open. It will just be asset protection inside of those that you'll keep digging deeper into to protect your wealth. That's all it is, okay? So inside of here, we're going to talk about the Roth component right now, or the solo Roth component inside the retirement account. Number 1, you got to be a business owner, okay? So to open a solo, you have to be a business owner to be able to open this account. How many of you on the Q&A, how many of you are business owners? Give me a fire emoji if you own your own business right now. You're starting a business, you own your own business. Give me a fire emoji. On the board. Jordan, pour the board up for me. Pour the board up for me, Jordan. How many, yes, Michael, to answer your question, solo 401k and solo Roth is the same, but when you start playing the game, we only call it a solo Roth. You'll see why as we get into here. Okay, so these are all business deduction or business owners right here. Okay, so listen. Inside of a solo, you have to be a business owner to be able to open a solo, okay? If you're not a business owner, you can't open a solo for a solo, what we call a solo Roth inside of it, okay? Number 2, to open a solo 401k, you can have no full-time W-2 employees. You can have no full-time W-2 employees, okay? Except for, or if you do, let me say it this way, if you do have W-2 employees, then you would open up the twin brother of a solo 401k and have a safe harbor, okay? So if you're on the call right now, the training, and you have a business, but you have W-2 employees, you can't open a solo. You would open up what's called a safe harbor. So technically right now, to be clear, because I have employees, I have a safe harbor in my business. But I started with a solo with no employees. As I got employees, it became a safe harbor. So you can start it where it grows with you along the way, okay? So I'm going to teach it from a solo standpoint. I'm going to use the word solo, but understand if you're on the training and you have W-2s, you would be saying the word safe harbor in your account. All right, so to open a solo, you have no full-time W-2 employees except for the owners. So if you and your partner, or just you, or you and your husband, or you and your wife, or you and your business partner, you could have W-2 salaries, okay? But you couldn't have other full-time employees having salaries except for the owners of the company, okay? So except for the owners can have W-2 employees. You can have unlimited part-time employees, okay? So unlimited part-time employees, you can still have a solo. You could have unlimited contractors, and you could still have a solo, okay? So if you could have unlimited part-time employees and unlimited contractors, there's no full-time W-2 employees except for the owners of the company, and you can open up what's called a solo 401k inside of it, okay? Now, I want you to think about this. And Jordan, I'm going to jump on the Vibe board here in just a second. If it's set up, let me know if it's set. I want you to think about the solo as one account. It's one account with two hats inside of it. So a solo is going to be one account with two hats underneath it, okay? So we're going to open a solo. If you want to, on your paper right there, draw at the top of it a solo at the top, and then kind of split down with two different hats underneath it like this right here. Jordan, can I go to the board? So to draw this out for you so you can see it, think of it like this right here. A solo looks like this. So it's going to be a solo account like this, and it's going to split like this. It's going to have two hats to it like this. So it's one account and two hats. And then this, inside of this account right here, this would be called your traditional side, and this would be called your Roth side. So when we start this off, just understand, we're going to have a solo Roth account. It has one account, and it has two hats underneath it that we're going to use. There's a traditional side, and there's the Roth component of that account right there, okay? Give me back wall again, back wall. And then Jordan and me will switch back and forth from back wall to Viboard for a while here. So you have the one account with two hats inside of it. Inside of here, one side, like I said, is the traditional IRA side. That's your traditional IRA side. And the second one is your Roth IRA side. So inside this one account, you have a traditional IRA and a Roth IRA inside of it, okay? Now, in 2025, you have what's called contribution limits. So in all these different accounts, when you set these up, 4 main tax-free accounts, you have contribution limits that you can put in it. And normally each year, they go up a little bit per year. 2026 is going to go up a little bit. But normally every year, you have a little bit extra the government allows you to put inside of it when you do it. Inside of this one right now, it's a $70,000 contribution limit per owner of the company. Okay, that's important to note. So make sure you put a star beside that. $70,000 per owner of the company. Why is that important? Well, if your company makes good money, and let's say that me and my wife own this company together, then I could put 70 grand in, and she could put 70 grand in, and we could put a total of $140,000 in this year. And if we wanted to, we can deduct $140,000 this year. So here we go. We create the money. Yes, we create the money. Once we create it, we deduct it, but we keep it. So we deducted $140,000 as a deduction, but we kept $140,000, and now we multiply that $140,000. It's just like that. That's how it works. So when I look for deductions, I look for deductions that I can keep my money, not deductions that I piss my money away and end up with no money at the end of the year. Now, again, I'm trying to play this game where I don't end up in my personal side with taxes owed, but not from crazy deductions, from legal, tax law abiding deductions that the wealthy built that we can use by following the tax law to play the game the right way. That's it. That's all you got to do, okay? So we can deduct 70 grand up to 70 grand a year per owner of the company, okay? If you're above the age of 50, so if you're above the age of 50, it's $77,500. So if you're above the age of 50, you can deduct $77,500, okay? Below the age of 50, $70,000. Next, in your traditional side, so come with me right here. If you're below the age of 50, traditional, $46,000. Of the $70,000, $46,000 Roth, $24,000 in your Roth. If you're above the age of 50, right here, above the age of 50, $46,000 in your traditional, $31,500 in your Roth account right here. All right, Jordan, give me the Viboard. All this simply means would be over here in your traditional account right here, you can put $46,000 in right here, and you could put $24,000 in right here. Okay, now this will be based off of your W-2. Okay, so it'll be based off of your W-2. You say, Drew, I thought entrepreneurs don't get W-2s. I don't know what world you've been living under, but that is not true. Okay, matter of fact, in your S corp, you have to have a W-2. You have to have a W-2 inside of it. What we want to do is we want to max out our deductions through our, for instance, you could, and in some scenarios here, you could pay yourself say the 70 grand, it'd be a little bit more. You could pay yourself a W-2 of 70 and deduct 70 grand into your solo account if you wanted to. There'd be ways that you're going to play the game. Now, when I pay taxes on that W-2 paycheck, can I get that money back at the end of the year? Yes. Yes, you get the money back at the end of the year. I'll show you how. Stay with me. But for right now, just know, inside of our solo, we could, below the age of 50, we can put in $70,000 a year into our account, $46,000 into our traditional, and $24,000 into our Roth account inside of it, okay? When we do this, now we can, if you want to, you can now convert your money, okay? So the reason legally this is referred to as a solo 401k, what we refer to it, slang would be a solo Roth, and super slang would just be the word solo. So it kind of is like one of those, if you ever work, every industry has like slang that industry goes by. You know, like if I gave you nurses, they have certain words that they use, that they know what they mean. Other people don't know what they really mean. And if you talk, or contractors, people in construction, they can talk to another construction worker, and in their language of talking back and forth, they can kind of know the level of contractor this guy is by what they're saying. And a nurse could know by what the other nurse is saying through their own lingo, what level of the knowledge, the IQ of what this person is saying. That's kind of like this right here. So if someone says the word solo 401k, so say you were talking to me, and someone that said the word solo 401k, I know what you're talking about, but because of the lingo you're using, it lets me know the IQ level that you're at inside of that game. If someone says solo Roth, I know what you're referring to, but you're kind of letting me know the level of which you play. And if someone just says, I have my solo account, I know the level of which you're playing the game at by the language of what you're using, basically. They all mean the same thing. Solo 401k, solo Roth, solo. It's just lingo of identifying kind of what the understanding of level you're at inside of it. That's all it really means. So I refer to it as a solo because that's what we refer to it over here as. And when we say solo, we know what we're saying is solo Roth component. We know that's what we mean by it, but we don't say solo 401k Roth. We just say solo. And common freaking sense over here would tell anybody that plays this game, Roth, solo Roth. That's what you were talking about. But we don't say all that out. We just say the word solo, okay? Inside of here, you can now do what's called if you want to, you can convert this money. So people are going to ask me, can I roll money over and convert money? The answer is yes, you can convert money, okay? So in this example right here, if you want to, you can convert your money. So let's say right here, I've got $46,000 in my traditional side. This I deducted. The $46,000, I deducted this money right here. So this was a deduction out of my business that I was able to take in my taxes. I was able to take a deduction for this right here. So I haven't ever paid taxes on that $46,000. But I want to take this $46,000 right here, and I want to put it inside of this Roth right here. Because this Roth right here is 100% tax-free. So whatever I make off of this Roth, and I can get into millions of dollars, I'm going to show you, I can make tax-free from here. So I want to take the money from here and convert it to this money here. So I'm going to take this money and convert to this money over here, okay? I don't want to get to retirement having a bunch of taxes owed at the end of my life, because that's like taking a bet that in our lifetime, taxes are going to go down, not up. It's just not true. Taxes are going to go up, not down in this country. So while I can, I want to take this, convert it, boop, into this right here. Now it's tax-free forever, and I give it to my children. It'll be tax-free to my children. If you give this to your children will pay taxes. If you give this to your children will pay no taxes. It's that simple, okay? So this right here would be called, if you do this right here, this would be called when you take it and do this, it's called a conversion. You're going to convert the money. It was a red apple. It's now an orange, okay? It's still a fruit, but it was an apple. Now it's an orange. It's converted to a different type of fruit. Still a fruit, meaning it's still a retirement account, but now it's a different type of retirement account, and you converted it, okay? So you can convert your money this way. Later on, maybe tomorrow, later today, I'm going to show you how the wealthy discount convert millions of dollars tax-free, one of the coolest things you can do from a tax strategy position, like in the family pension plan and all these different solos, we can do what's called a, remind me to teach this, I'm going to teach it to you, called a discount conversion. It's something that wealthy do all the freaking time. Discount conversions. It started in the legacy side of the purple quadrant when we get into tax planning for your estate planning stuff. Then we brought it into the retirement side right now. So the wealthy people do a lot of called discount conversions. Remind me, and I want to show you how we can move millions of dollars if you want to, millions of dollars through here that you've never paid taxes on, get it into here, and never pay taxes on it again. So it's the best of both worlds. Deduct it, no taxes because you deducted it. Put it inside the Roth, no taxes, tax-free forever. That's the best of both worlds when you get into this game right here. Wealthy do it all the time. I'll show you how to do it. It's a simple law process called discount conversions that you can do. All right, give me back to the board. So we got behind me here, the other thing to understand about the solos are judgment proof, bankruptcy proof, and creditor proof, okay? So inside of this, if you think about this, I have an account now that I can make as much money as I want to make inside of it. There's no limitation of how much money I can make inside my solo, okay? I can make $10 million inside my solo Roth. It's tax-free, okay? My solo Roth is tax-free. So whatever my money creates for me, it's tax-free inside of it, right? My money is also judgment proof, bankruptcy proof, and creditor proof. So just think about this. Imagine a world that you lived in that all your money has potential to have unlimited growth inside of it. All that growth is 100% tax-free for you. It's tax-free for your children when you give it to them. There's no limitation of how much money you can make. There's no cap as to how much you can put inside there. Billions of dollars if you want to. No limitation to it. It's tax-free, but your account is judgment-proof, bankruptcy-proof, and creditor-proof the entire time. On top of that, you can borrow the money. Okay, now hear me out. I don't mean borrow it like a contributor. A contributor would go to their 401k and they would borrow their own money, which is wild because, think about this, it's your money and you can borrow your money from your 401k account right now. But if you borrow the money up to 50 grand, but if you borrow that money, you have to pay interest back on that money. To who? Yourself? No, to your money managers. So here's how crazy this is. The system is so jacked up. You put the money in, okay? It's your money. Now you have someone else managing it for you because you're the contributor and it has someone else manage it. You put the money in, someone else manages that money for you. It's your money though that you put in there. If you need to borrow, the max to let you borrow is 50 grand, the max. But if you borrow that money, you have to pay them interest on your money that you put in, that you borrowed. Think about that. Would tell you if that side really believes it's your money or not. They don't look at it as your money. They look at it as their money, and they've lost money that they were going to get. They were going to make money off of your money, but you took that from them, so they don't get paid now. So instead, you just pay me directly then. And we said as a contributor, okay, that sounds fair. That sounds legit because it was my money. And then you were going to get paid. And because I got to use it, my money, I'll just pay you instead to use my money. And I'll pay you all the fees. It's crazy, but that's the game on that side. When I say borrow money on this side, here's what I mean. Imagine a world on this side, the creator side, that with this account, we could go borrow money from a bank, okay? $1 million from a bank. Take that $1 million and buy an apartment complex with that $1 million. Buy an apartment complex, let's say a 22-unit apartment complex or something. Those 22 tenants will pay us directly into our solo. That money will be 100% tax-free. So all the money that we make from the bank's money that we borrowed to buy this small apartment complex that then goes back in our solo is 100% tax-free. Do you know how much easier retirement would be for you if instead of you putting the money in, 22 other people that had a job, then they got a paycheck, then they paid you directly in your solo, and all your money for your retirement was tax-free, and they take their money and put it in your retirement account, and you don't pay taxes. But they got to pay taxes, but you don't got to pay taxes. And you took the bank's money and borrowed that money to buy that, and then they went and got a job between two people, and then they paid taxes and then paid you income, and then you didn't pay taxes on any of it. And all your money's bankruptcy-proof, creditor-proof, and judgment-proof. Okay, now you're understanding how the wealthy actually play the game. Now you're getting it. That's how we play the game. Except for we don't really buy 22-unit complexes. We buy 300-unit apartment complexes. And then we take a tax deduction because we bought those. So that we pay less in taxes on our personal side because we bought an apartment complex. The game is so freaking wild when you understand it. Do I got to bend any laws? No. Do I got to break any laws? No. Actually, all you have to do is follow the law. That's it. That's all you got to do. You got to follow the law. Why? Because they created it. For who? Themselves. And they got Congress to pass it through lobbying. All you got to do is follow it. That's it. That's why when you hear people say on either side of the aisle, I don't care, that we're going to tax the rich, when you hear someone say that, they're just blowing smoke up your ass. They don't understand how it really works. They think that if like it's like a tax bracket thing, and they think that if we charge higher taxes on income stuff, that then they'll have to pay more. No, you're you're totally missing the point. The wealthy don't play that game. They're trying to act like in politics that they're going to tax the rich through these different processes as though they're still getting paid like W-2s, and like they're going to tax their high-level W-2s. It doesn't work that way because there's too many things that the wealthy can do inside of the game of money that are legal things that they can go do that have already been passed in Congress by the very Congress saying we're going to tax the rich. Bitch, you just passed this and said I could do this. How are you going to tax me on this side and then let me do this on this side when I won't pay any taxes? This is it's talking out of both sides of your mouth. And I'm saying this from either side of the aisle. So understand, every time you hear someone say tax the rich, it's like smoke and mirrors. It's just stuff that you want to hear because the wealthy know too much stuff about the tax law that they lobby to get passed, that same Congress passed in law so they can use it, okay? It's just rhetoric that they say. So when we talk about borrowing the money, this is one of the ways I'm saying this. You've already passed laws that said I can borrow the bank's money from my solo Roth, I could buy assets with it, I could have all those people pay me in my solo, and it's all tax-free for me and my generation after me. My kids can get all that money tax-free. So if you say you're going to tax my income, okay, but understand, I bought it out of my solo, and these people paid me 50 grand a month that went to my solo. I paid the bank back 25 grand a month for their money, and I made 25 grand a month in my solo tax-free, and I'll never pay taxes on it, ever, 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 and my kids won't pay taxes when I give it to them. It has nothing to do with my tax brackets, okay? So understand, inside of the game of wealthy, we're going to use all kinds of massive, now where it gets crazy at, watch this, remember, I talked about meat and potatoes, this is potatoes. The meat is crazy because we're going to use this to buy our own company shares. Therefore, we can take our profit and put it back over here. It's, it's wild once you understand it. It's like, holy shit, is the game rigged? 100%. Yes, no doubt about it, 100%. Do they teach you any of this stuff in school? Not even close. Hear me out though, why? Why? Because they don't know it. You're asking a contributor to teach you how to become wealthy. How could a contributor teach you how to be wealthy if they've never been wealthy? It's a fake concept. We can talk about all we want to. We should teach financial education in school. We do. We teach the financial education that they know. That is all they know. That is exactly what they know. What people are trying to say is we want for the wealthy people to teach financial education in our school systems. Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. Okay, the wealthy could it, sure, but they'll never agree to it because then there's too many people playing the game. It's easy to win at the game of money when there's only 1% of the population over here and 99% over here. That makes sense? They don't want 99% over here. They want 99% over here and 1% over here. So there'll never be a process where the wealthy come and say, okay, all right, you guys got us. We're going to teach the school system how to actually make money. You got us. All right, kids, it's called a solo. We're going to open a business. We're going to hire. They're going to do that. That's never going to happen. We do teach financial education in school. We teach it to the level that we understand it as a as a contributor. That's what we teach, okay? So inside of these accounts, just know I can borrow money from the bank, take that money, buy assets, take that money, put it in my solo, 100% tax-free for me and my children, okay? Next slide here. That money that I borrow there, IRC, just to understand that's IRC 72P, in case you want the tax code there of how you can go do that. IRC 72P is the tax code there, okay? You can also, by law, by law passed, not my opinion, passed in law. The loans that we borrow out of our solos are non-recourse loans. It means that there's no personal guarantee. Steve, Jordan, build me a slide right there. Take a note. No personal guarantee. I want a slide there. It's a non-recourse loan. It means there's no personal guarantees, which means we can take more risk than you can take by buying assets through borrowing money because we're not going to personally guarantee them. Because we don't want to, yes, but mainly because it's the law. So when we borrow money from our solos, it is against the law to borrow money from a solo that's recourse money, okay? So you can't borrow personal guarantee money from the solo. It has to be non-guaranteed money, non-recourse loans, what they refer to those as, non-recourse loans, okay? So give you clarity, and just Jordan, pull up my Q&A for me or the chat on the side. To be clear with you, what that means is, could you go to Bank of America, let's say, walk into Bank of America and say, I want to borrow a non-personal guarantee loan for my solo 401k. No, you cannot do that. Bank of America would have no freaking clue what you're talking about when you do that. There are banks set up all throughout America, though, that are solo banks that the wealthy use. So when we want to go borrow money that is a non-recourse loan, no personal guarantee, there are banks out there that you could go borrow money from, and they would automatically give you a non-recourse loan out of your solo from the gate. They don't need you to explain it to them. Their whole business model is to loan money to solo 401k Roth side, non-personal guarantees. So you would go to a banks that are non-personal guarantee solo banks and borrow money from it. And hey, Steve, Nick, that'd be a great list. Remind me, I can maybe do this tomorrow in the chat bar. Would you guys like for me to give you a list of maybe 5 tax non-recourse loan lenders in America that you guys could use? I could put a list together. I use them all the time, but I could get a list together like this of 5 to 10 non-recourse lenders that are built for solo 401ks that you guys could use to explode your tax retirement accounts. All right, this is a good idea. Nick or Steve, give me a list. I'll give it to you on the next break at lunch, and I'll make a list, and by tomorrow I should be able to give it. I'll give it to the strategist, and they can text it out to everybody. Okay. Okay. So we go through here. So you can borrow money from it, and then keep that money and not pay any income tax on any of that money, or your next generation pay income tax on it. And there's banks that are specifically built to do this right here. Okay. I'll give you this. I'll give you some of the banks you guys can use. I want you to understand there's a thing called UDFI, and a thing called, which stands for Unrelated Debt Financed Income. This is for a Roth, not a solo, okay? So unrelated debt financed income is a concept called UDFI. It's kind of old. They were built for Roth back in the day. And what they said was, in 1999, when the Roth was originally open, they had a concept that said, okay, you could borrow money out of your Roth, just like I just explained. This is the Roth, not the solo. This is 1999 Roth. You could borrow money out of your Roth or borrow money from a bank, invest it, put the money back in your Roth. But what they said was you would have to pay taxes one time on the money that came back that was financed. So give you an example. Let's say you did a fix and flip house, okay? And your Roth had 20 grand in it, and you borrowed 200 grand to do this fix and flip, okay? You could do that, no problem, out of your Roth. You can still do that today if you want to, out of your what's called a self-directed Roth, not a Roth that you have at Charles Schwab, or they won't let you. You're gonna get what's called a self-directed Roth inside of it, okay? So through here, you could borrow this money out of your self-directed Roth, okay? and let's say you put 10% down, $20,000 out of your Roth. You borrowed 200 grand. So you put 10% down. And then you sold the property and you made $50,000 on this fix and flip. What the IRS said was you could put all 50 grand back in your retirement account, your Roth, self-directed Roth, tax-free, but the 20% that you used out of your Roth would be tax-free, so or 10%. So out of that 50 grand of profit, 10% would go back tax-free, $5,000. Now you got 45 grand left over. The IRS said, okay, we'll give you an option. You can either put the 45 grand in your bank account and pay taxes on it, or you can put the 45 grand in your Roth, but you got to pay taxes on it this year one time. Now, whatever money that 45 grand makes from this day forward in your Roth, 100% tax-free. So this was called front loading. It was very popular in the 2000s. Wealthy people would front load their Roth. They would go take a Roth with a little bit of money, leverage it with a loan, buy an asset, put all the proceeds, profit back into their Roth, pay taxes one time on that 45 grand, 100 grand that year. Then now their Roth has $120,000, and whatever that 120 grand makes from now on out is 100% tax-free. That was an old way. No one really does it anymore. You can still do it, but just know there's a thing called UDFI. It stands for unrelated debt financed income. Inside of a solo, when the solo got passed, they got rid of that. And the solo said, okay, which is a newer account after the Roth, the solo came along and said, we don't want to do UDFI anymore. So we want to be able to borrow money and put all that money tax-free in with no taxes. And they passed the law and said, fine, you can do that. You can do that, which is wild. It's insane. But they passed the law and said, yeah, you can borrow the money from someone else, invest, take all the profit, put it in back tax-free. The IRS has a thing called UBIT. UBIT stands for Unrelated Business Income Tax. Unrelated Business Income Tax, okay? Yes, Ben Brokaw, you said, does this apply to the safe harbor? Yeah, everything I'm teaching right now is the same functionality inside of it. Yeah. It's just safe harbors for W-2s inside of it. But once you have yours in, then yes, you can do this inside of the safe harbor, okay? I have a safe harbor now to be clear with you, okay? So inside of here, on the unrelated debt financed income side, or business income side, that says that inside of a solo, not a Roth, but a solo, now it could be a Roth in the solo, okay, but inside of a solo Roth, that you could borrow money, make money with it, put it back in, no taxes whatsoever, okay? No debt financed income. What they said, though, is you can't run a business out of your solo, okay? So be careful here. You can't run your business outside of a solo or any business inside of your solo account, which means your solo account, think about it this way. Your solo account is an investment account. It's not a business account. A business has to create it. It's for business owners, but it's for investing, not for running your business out of your solo. Okay, you don't run your business out of your solo. Your solo is for investing, so it makes you money tax-free. So what they said was, hey, if you were to invest out of your solo, and let's say that you did 10 fix and flips out of your solo, okay, that year, and you borrowed money on 10 fix and flips, and you did 10 fix and flips. They, if you ever got audited, they could say, well, you know what? It looks like that you're running a fix and flip business out of your solo. Why would they say that? Because you did 10 deals, all 10 deals were fix and flips, and you put all the profit back in your solo Roth. It looks like you're running a flipping business out of your solo. Okay? So the way that you have to look at this is, it's not a solo is not there to run a business. A solo is there to make investments. Now, are you allowed as a business owner, or as an investor, I should say, to, in your portfolio, are you allowed to like certain things more than other things? The answer is yes. If I took your investment portfolio now, you would be heavy in certain things, lighter in other things, right? A typical portfolio, think about the pie chart that you always see. You might be heavy in stocks, but low on bonds and low on treasury bills, low on crypto in your accounts, but in your pie. But you're allowed to, so you like stocks more. Fine. Okay, that's fine. So could you flip 10 houses a year and be okay? Sure, you could do that. But did you do anything else that year? So think about it as an investment account. There's nothing illegal wrong with you flipping 100 houses in your solo 401k. But you need to be making other investments too, or it looks like you're running a flipping business and paying no taxes inside of that solo. So if you were going to do 10 fix and flips a year, the question I would ask you is, well, did you invest in anything else? Did you invest in crypto? Did you invest in the stocks? Did you invest in bonds, gold, commodities, other businesses? Did you invest in anything? No, just 10 flips? Yikes. Yikes. Okay, what would happen? You'd have to pay taxes on that profit as it went in. That's what you'd have to do. That's your penalty. You'd have to pay taxes one time when it went into the solo. It's not as been a solo now. Now it's tax-free, and now you do whatever you want to with it. But you'd have to pay, if you ever got audited, they'd say, wait a second, those 10 fix and flips, that was really a business. You were running a business. You needed to pay UBIT tax, unrelated business income tax, is what they call that. So to be smart inside of a solo, you want to be, as an investor in general, you want to have non-correlated assets that you invest in. Listen, listen, listen. Diversification, how contributors look at it, is not real. That's not real. That's a sales pitch that they give you to make you feel good. To understand investing, you have to look at investing as non-correlated assets. I'll give you an example. I invest in gold, okay? I invest in crypto. I invest in multifamily apartments. I invest in hedge funds, okay? Those are non-correlated assets. What that means is, if my gold investments went down, that does not mean that my multifamily is also going to go down, and my crypto is going to go down, and my stocks are going to go down. Gold is its own correlated asset. A hedge fund is its own asset class. Multifamily, its own asset. If my multifamily went up, it does not also mean that my crypto is going to go up, nor does it mean my crypto is going to go down. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that my non-correlated asset is going up. They're not leveraged off of each other throughout here. They're non-correlated standalone assets is what you're looking for, okay? That does not mean that you have a whole bunch of stocks inside of different things. That's not non-correlated assets. That you just have one correlated asset, which is stocks. So what wealthy truly do is they invest in non-correlated assets. So I say all that to say, just as a real investor, you want to look at this and think to yourself, if I have a solo Roth and I want to be heavy in real estate, I can do that. There's nothing wrong with having a portfolio, investing portfolio, heavy in a certain area. No problem, okay? But inside of there, make sure you have other investments as well. Make sure that you have investments in some crypto and the stock market and gold and oil and gas or whatever else that you want. It's up to you. I don't care what you invest in. Invest in whatever you want to invest in. I'm just saying, if you don't want to ever get hit with the tax inside of your tax-free account called UBIT, it's the only tax that exists, then make sure that if you look at your account, if you took a step back and looked at it, and you put it up on the screen, and we as a class, we looked at it, and we said, oh, this guy, out of his solo, he invests in gold, he invests in crypto, he invests in stock market, and he really, really likes multifamily. Man, 70% of his entire portfolio is multifamily. Perfect, no problem. That's perfectly fine, okay? Just like you could have 70% of your portfolio right now with Charles Schwab be in stocks, okay? What you don't want it to be is 100% of your deals are leveraged fix and flip houses year after year, because it looks like now you're running a business. That's why they call it UBIT, unrelated business income tax. So just make sure out of your accounts you stay away from UBIT, which is don't run a business out of your account. Run it as an investment account and run different types of strategies out of it, okay? All right, Jordan, give me the screen again. So you have a thing called UBIT inside of it that I want you to understand. For some of you that are more wealthy, that you want to, if you're more wealthy and you're going to get deeper into investing out of your retirement accounts, there's a LLC called a blocker LLC, okay? So this is where you can use a LLC called a blocker LLC to block certain flow-through taxes that you might get from someone else, called a blocker LLC. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I have this account. or this LLC here inside of my retirement account. So my solo can own what's called a blocker LLC to help block, if I make an investment with someone else, to help block any tax liability that they have away from me. It's a higher level. Remember how I said on the 4 quadrants, there's like 3 levels to it. And right now, I'm going to show you level 1. If you have a lot of money, you might want to get into a blocker LLC and a checkbook LLC inside of your solo accounts there, okay? Okay, inside of here next, let's see. Okay, so let me pause real quick, and I'm going to show this. Give me the drawing board inside of the solo. So here's what we want to look at, okay? So inside of a solo, I want you to think about it like this, okay? I don't want that. That's a tax form I'll show you guys tomorrow, what we can do. Let's look at it like this. So here's my solo account, okay? And here's my Roth component of it. So now I have my solo Roth account right here. Now, let's take Mitt Romney. What was he doing? Okay, how did he make $100 million inside of his Roth account? Now, remember, how much could Mitt contribute to his account per year? The answer is the same amount that you could contribute, the same amount that I can contribute. If you went back, and I've done this, you can look this up. Mitt opened his account in 1999. 1999, the most you could contribute was $2,000 in 1999. If you add up every single year of contributions, and the year that it went up, you ticked it up as well, from 1999 to 2011, okay? That's when the article came out. Or it came out in 2012, so do it 2011. And you maxed out his contribution every single year, which is the same amount that you could put in, the same amount I could put in. Okay, no, there's no difference. The most that he could have put in was $46,000. That's the most. That's the most that he could have put in was $46,000. If he maxed it out every single year, excuse me. If he maxed it out every single year, from 1999 to 2011, when the article came out, he could have only put in $46,000. So help me understand, how could he go from $46,000 to $100 million? Give me full screen here, Jordan. How in the world could Mitt Romney go from the most he could put in, you could have put in, I could have put in, or he could have put in that same time period is the same amount, $46,000. So how did he go from $46,000 to $100 million in that time frame? This is where the game of wealth begins. So once they have the account set up like this, now the game begins where they begin to move money. Remember money movement? They move money, but they move money with their friends. They don't move money with how contributors move money. What we think is, as a contributor, that we make this money, and then we take the money and we give it to our advisor, financial advisor, and then they invest it, and we go back to work. And we work, and we make some more money, and we give it to them, and then we go back to work. And then we make some more money, and we give it to them. And we think that that is how we'll create wealth through the process. Understand, if that was true, when Mitt was here, and he took $46,000 over an 11-year period, he could not have put more in. It's illegal. Then my question to you is, who is his financial advisor? What company was he working with? Because let's all of us go hire that advisor that churned $46,000 into $100 million. Let's go. Is that guy at Charles Schwab? Is he at Edward Jones? Where does that financial advisor work at, guys? He doesn't. That's not what was happening. What we believe is happening as a contributor is that they just got a better advisor than we do. Or they have more money than we do. If that was true, all this goes away in this example, though, because he could not put more in than you could. It's illegal. And you could put more than he could. That's illegal. You both could put the same amount in. It's what he was doing with it once it was in there. And what he was doing with it is not what contributors do. Why? Because one side is creating wealth. One side is just trying to get enough money to maybe retire before they die. Two different concepts. Inside of here, what he was doing was moving money with what is referred to on this side as financial friends. It's your financial friends. It's other tax-free investors that move money just like you move money. And they need you and you need them. It's pretty straightforward. You see, I can't move my own money. That's illegal. Meaning, I can't go do the investment myself. I could buy a rental property, but I can't manage that rental property. I can't oversee that rental property. I could buy an apartment complex, but I can't oversee that property, the apartment complex. I can't work on that property complex. I can't get commissions for that property complex. I can only invest in that apartment complex. That's all I can do. So inside of that, to understand this, what they're doing is they're moving money with their financial friends. The number one place they're moving it, you can look this up, the number one investment out of self-directed accounts, which is what the wealthy are using. The wealthy are using self-directed, so this account right here, this solo, would be known as a self-directed account. Every account the wealthy use would be known as self-directed. So where it says solo, right here in front of it, it would say self-directed. All that simply means is that person, self, me, you, we're in charge of it. Self means I, self, and I direct it. I tell the money where to go. I move the money where I want to move the money. I can't be a part of it, but I can tell it where to go. And then it comes back. And I tell it where to go, and it comes back. I tell it where to go, it comes back. Self-directed, okay? So understand, when I talk about, or anybody talks about wealth, they're not referring to it as a side of this is not self-directed. Self-directed is not, I go make this money, create it, step one, and then I give it to this person, and then they go make me money. And then I go back to work here. And then I go give this person, and they go make me money. That's not self-directed. Self-directed, which is what the wealthy are doing, meaning they're taking their money and they're in charge of their money. You got to remember, look at it this way. Do you know who cares the most about your money? Who cares the most about your money? Put it in the chat bar. Answer that question for me. Who cares the most about your money? Yeah, hi, Antonio. No, close. I wouldn't argue with you. I said, yeah, you guys got it. Jennifer, Shedrick. The person that cares the most about your money is you. You care the most about your money. Who cares the most about my money? Who cares the most about my money? Put in the chat bar. Who cares the most about my money? Who cares the most about my money? Put in the chat bar. You do. You guys are saying I do. You say I do. No. My ex-wife cares the most about my money. My ex-wife, write down my ex-wife cares the most about my money, okay? I'm joking. Not really. I'm not joking. Listen, that bitch, listen to me. Okay, listen. So, for real. You got to understand this. You care the most about your money, and I care the most about my money. Does that make sense? That's a fact. No one cares more about your money than you do. And no one cares more about my money than I do. So wealthy people understand this. So wealthy people, because they care the most about their money, and they understand the game is money. The game is not business. The business is just a vehicle that produces, it creates it for us. It's not the actual game, though. It's just an engine. The game is money. Who's in charge of the game? They are. So who's in charge of your game? You are. So understand, for you to create wealth in your life, the game you're playing is money, and you're the CEO. So it's like if I asked you, what business are you in? Tell me what business you're in. And you told me whatever business you're in, you put in the chat bar, whatever business you're in, I'm in this business, etc. What business are you in? And if you asked me, what business am I in? I would say, oh, I'm in the business of money. Because that's what I do. I'm the CEO of my money. That's my real job. Why? Because no one cares more about it than I do. I can't delegate the number one thing that I care the most about from my own money. Not the most I care about the most in the world, but no one cares more than me about my money. I can't delegate that to someone else and think they're going to care like I care. I'll give you an example. I'll prove it to you. Have you ever invested with a financial advisor and you lost the money? So they lost it. They invested in something, right? The stock market went down and they lost the money, okay? And you called them up all upset and said, hey, I just lost $30,000 on my portfolio. I had 150, it's only worth 120. And when you called them, they said, hey, I'm sorry about that. I'm glad you called. I just called my manager, supervisor, and we're really sorry that we lost your money. I know you paid us to invest, but we lost it. So my supervisor just cleared. We're going to wire you back $30,000 from our account. So by the end of the day, you'll have your $150,000 back. Sorry about that. No, that's never happened to you. Your financial advisor, when they lose your money, doesn't put it back for you. Why? Because they don't care like you care. Now, I'm not saying they don't care. I'm saying they don't care as much about your money as you care. And that's fine. I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying it's a fact of life. So when you understand this, what wealthy people are, they are the CEO of their freaking wealth. You contributors try to delegate that to someone else. It doesn't work. You will either be the CEO or you'll be the janitor of your wealth. Those are your options. Choose one or the other. There's nothing in between. And we try to rotate money for business. And we think if I build my business big enough, then I'll be wealthy. No, wealth is created through money. Money creates money. It's money movement, okay? So you got to, when we talk about these accounts right here, how did Mitt Romney make $100 million? Because he gave it to an advisor? No. Oh, excuse me. Not because he gave it to an advisor. If he gave it to an advisor, that advisor should invest America's money and we would be out of debt by now. If that advisor could turn $46,000 in 11 years to $100 million tax-free, then he should invest the world's money. But that's not true. That's not what happened. What was happening was Mitt was investing his money, and Mitt was investing it with other financial friends. So my question to you would be, to understand this, it would be like saying this: your net worth is directly tied to your network. That's a fact. That's a fact of life. And if your financial friends are broke, expect to be broke. So I'm going to go back to Mark Cuban here for you. Mark Cuban said it the best. Andrew, the best piece of financial advice I could give anybody in this room would be stop taking financial advice from broke people. Show me your financial friends, and I will show you your financial future. Here's what's sad. Most people, even on this training right now, you don't even have financial friends. You don't have financial friends. You have friends, you have financial advisors, but you don't have financial friends. What the wealthy have is financial friends. It's other people just like them, and they move the money with each other. Mitt made 13 investments out of his Roth with 13 financial friends. And those financial friends that he moved the money with, they were moving money with him. It's a two-way road. It's not how we think it is where we take this money and we give it to a financial advisor. It's not that they're doing. It's that they're moving the money back and forth because it's self-directed. They're in charge of it, so they put it to where they want it to go. That makes sense? They're not delegating it. Why? Because they have wealthy people have a high financial IQ. You might have a higher, for some of you, you might have a higher business IQ than some other wealthy people. You could have a higher business IQ. Doesn't mean you're going to have a higher, but they could have more money than you have. That's very common. Just think about it. Because every year if you go to zero, your net worth is still zero. Your financial, you're negative. So if I understand money, you could understand business, but not money. I could understand money and not business, but be wealthier than you are. Because the game I'm playing is money, not business. From what am I CEO of? Money. Because if I'm not, tell me who will run my money for me then. I can hire a CEO of my business. I have one right now. I am not the CEO of my own business. I have multiple businesses that I own. I'm not the CEO of any of those businesses. I can hire a CEO of a business. I cannot hire a CEO of my money. And for many of you today, as you look at it, I want you to think about that. Are you the CEO of a business or a CEO of your money? You can delegate one, you cannot delegate the other. And as long as you keep trying to delegate money, you'll stay right where you are. So inside of here, what Mitt was doing, what we're all doing in these accounts is, go back to here, the board. This is self-directed solo, I just told you. Over here might be a corporation that his buddy owns, financial friend. And what they're going to do is they're going to invest from their solo Roth into this business. This is called private equity. The number one investment out of self-directed accounts is private equity. Number one investment out of self-directed accounts, private equity. You can go look that up. It's public data, okay? Where do I just want you to understand, who has self-directed accounts? In a broad stroke, who has self-directed accounts? Wealthy people, creators, or contributors? By far, creators have self-directed accounts. By far. The number one investment they make is private equity out of those accounts. So what this is, I'm gonna, in this example, let's say this is Mitt, or this is mine, okay, account. This is my financial friend that owns this C Corp right here, okay? My financial friend also has his own, he has or she has their own solo Roth as well. They do the same game that I do. It's not that only I'm doing it and my friends aren't. That's not a financial friend, that's a friend. Financial friend is when both people need each other to do deals. Because it's illegal to do the deal by yourself. That's called self-dealing. It's a prohibited transaction, PT, prohibited transaction. Self-dealing, prohibited transaction. So I can't go do the deal myself. I, by law, need a financial friend. And a financial friend is someone who does the same thing that I do inside of their tax-free accounts. Because we both need each other. So what's happening here in this example, me, Mitt, whoever it is, we're investing in the C Corp. Let's say this is private equity. This is before it's ever launched. It's like a pre-pub deal, okay? Inside of here, let's say this deal right here is, I put, whatever, easy number, $50,000 in this from my solo. In return, I want something. I want shares. Okay, I want shares. I want how many shares? I want as many shares as I can get for $50,000. This is my, remember, this is my, who owns this company up here? This company right here. Who owns this one? Type the word financial friends in the chat bar. Type the word financial friends in the chat bar. If you don't have financial friends, it's going to be very hard for you to create wealth, my friend. Financial friends, just think about it. It was Mitt, in this example that you can see. The reason we can know this is because when he ran for president, all this came out. Okay, so all this came out when he ran for president. So he was moving money with financial friends. But keep in mind, that's a two-way road. It's not a one-way road. So what we know by the magazines, the articles that came out, is that Mitt made $100 million. Now think about it. I want you to use logic brain here. Do you think that Mitt was the only one that made money in those deals? So let me get it straight. What we're trying to convince ourselves is Mitt made 13 investments with 13 strangers that he didn't know, that he made 13 investments with random people, and it just so happens that those 13 investments made him $100 million. That would make him the greatest investor of all time. It mathematically is impossible. So what was he doing? Mitt was moving money with a financial friend. And the financial friend was also moving money with Mitt. It's a two-way road because both of them have a Roth, tax-free. But neither one of them can do the deals themselves, okay? But I can move it with you, and you can move yours with me, no problem. But I can't do the deal with my own money, and you can't do the deal with your own money. So there's a difference between friends and financial friends. It also makes the game very safe to play. Why? Because when I invest my money, you also invest your money with me. So you have my money and I have your money. Does that make sense? It's hard for you to lose my money if I have yours. Like if you came back to me and said, hey, Drew, I did this deal and we lost the 100 grand. I would say, oh, great, I found it. It's right here. It's the 100 grand you invested. I found it. It's okay. I found my 100 grand. That makes sense? Financial friends is the key to this game. So once you set the counts up, it's about financial friends. What they're doing is they're negotiating. They're saying, okay, I want 25% of whatever the number is. I want 25% of the shares of the company. This company goes out. Notice this. No, right here. What kind of corporation is this? What kind of corporation is that? Is that an S Corp? Is that an S Corp? Nope. It's a C Corp. Why? Wealthy people use C Corps. That 1%, C Corps. Contributors, S Corps. Wealthy, C Corps. Creators, C Corps. Contributors, 99%, S Corps. So in this deal, to move money like the wealthy, they're moving it in C Corps, not S Corps. To be clear, you do the same thing. When you invest in the stock market, you're investing into C Corps, not S Corps. It's just that, like, you, in a roundabout way, you understand that real companies are C Corps. Because that's where you invest in. When you give your money to your financial advisor and they go invest it, they're not investing in S Corps. They're investing into C Corps on the stock market. Those are C Corps. But you're an S Corp. But you put your money into C Corps, but you're an S Corp. So you know the actual real money is in C Corps, but you don't want to be that. But you want to build a big business, but you won't be S Corp. Why? Because you've tricked yourself to believe that the way the game then said, now pay me back. How could you, in your own company, pay yourself back out of its own retirement? You can't. You can't. Because you go to zero every year. So there's no money left over. You won't invest in an S Corp. I guarantee you won't. I dare you to. You won't, because an S Corp is built to go to zero. It's built to be a flow-through deduction process to go back as low as you can get it. If you look at the stock market right now, and you pull up your financial advisor account that you have, brokerage account you have, it's all C Corps. But you're an S Corp. It tells you everything you need to know about understanding money. They're the opposites of each other. Creators, contributors, opposites of each other. So you can't keep playing in this game wanting this outcome, but structuring it this way and thinking, well, one day I'm going to get there. What are you talking about? You wouldn't put your own money in your own company right now because it goes to zero. Like, go take your retirement. Pull out the equity of your house and go invest in an S Corp. It's supposed to go to zero. So understand, what they're doing here is they're investing inside of a C Corp, which is the same thing that you invest in with your money. But they're doing it from a financial friend standpoint right here. So this C Corp, remember, it has P&L meetings. It's trying to make a profit. F-I-T. It's trying to make a profit. It doesn't want to lose money. It wants to make a profit. It's not spending it on stupid deductions. It's trying to make a profit. I have a C Corp. My C Corp is trying to make as much profit as it possibly can, okay? It has expenses, right? Employees and staff and the building, et cetera. Let's say this C Corp makes $1 million, okay? Makes $1 million. Quick math right now is this person over here owns 25% of it. Therefore, comes over here $250,000. And next year, they make $5 million. And over here comes $1 million. And then they make $10 million. And over here comes $2.5 million. All of this goes into this account right here, 100% tax-free. So inside of what the wealthy are doing, in this example with Mitt, what was Mitt doing? Mitt was taking his account. He was investing with his financial friends. He was investing with his financial friends, go back a slide, with each other, back and forth, creating $100 million tax-free inside of his accounts. Why? Because no one cares more about money, his money, than he does. And no one cares more about your money than you do. That's why they're self-directed on this side, and over here they're delegated accounts. Contributors have delegated accounts. We have self-directed accounts, okay? That's not it. So let me do this. I'm going to take a kind of a lunch break right now. At this time, I'm going to take about a 30-minute break. Before I do that, I want to answer some questions for you, okay? So I want you guys to give me some questions here about what you've learned so far. Let me clear some air up for you.